네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 2시부터 바운스 개막식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 함께 해주신 모든 분들께서는 무대 앞쪽부터 자리를 채워주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 오늘 행사 동시 통역 서비스를 제공해 드릴
Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, we will get started really soon.
to begin with our opening ceremony of Bounce Conference. It would be appreciated if you all take your seats. As we provide simultaneous interpretation today, please fix your devices to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Thank you very much. 네, 바운스 2022 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will get started with Bounce 2022, and we will get started with the performance, art performance. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Bounce. Welcome to Bounce 2022. My name is Shin Jie. I'm going to be your MC today.
Startup Festival, Bounce 2022 with me, 신지혜, as your MC. 네, 코로나 팬데믹으로
Well, I'm very glad that we were able to hold the Bounce event offline this year. And we provide simultaneous interpretation for the event. Please turn to channel 1 for Korean, 2 for English.
gathered here in person. And as we welcome participants from all around the world to join us, please use the receivers that's with you. Fix it to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. 네, 2010
So we started in 2017, and this is the 6th year for Bounce. And this is an event where we talk about the startup trends and innovation cases and share insights. And we will have networking party after the conference, so please enjoy.
celebrates its 6th anniversary this year. At the first part, we are to share the latest trends as well as the innovative experiences in the startup scene. And at the first part, and then also at the second part, we will freely engage with the other participants over some cocktail and some DJ performance. 네, 더 넓은 세상을 향한 열정으로
And I hope you stay until the end of Bounce 2022.
make your heart beat with the passion towards a wider world. 네, 그럼 본격적으로
Then let us get started with the event in earnest, and I would like to invite Mr. Park Eun-seok from Busan Metropolitan City. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Park Eun-seok from Busan Metropolitan City. Well, today's pretty warm for a winter day, and we have so many guests here today. I could see how big your passion is towards startup. For last 3 years, we had online events because of COVID-19. But this year, we restarted the offline events, and we have so many participants for the Bounce 2022. So it is an honor and my pleasure to have you here at the event. I would like to thank Mr. Song Young-jun, as well as all the staff who put so much effort for this event. And I'd like to thank Mr. Choi Eun-hoo and Mr. Kim Jae-un and Mr. Jang Sung-man, who are here today at the Bounce event. Despite the changes in the global world, it is important that we continue to grow our startup industry. And in order to support these startups settle in Busan, I believe that the agencies have to put a lot of effort. And from 2017, we started to help the networking between investors and entrepreneurs. And Bounce is the major startup event in Busan. And Busan Metropolitan City was able to accumulate a lot of know-hows related to startups, and we were able to invite many global speakers and participants. As a result, Busan Metropolitan City is trying to become a startup hub as part of its policy. And I would like to thank all the participants for coming here, and I hope next year you will be able to come back again to Busan. So I hope you enjoy the bounce that we've prepared. And I hope that we successfully finish this bounce event. And I thereby declare the beginning of bounce. Thank you so much. That was Mr. Park Eun-seok from Busan Metropolitan City declaring the opening of bounce. And Busan Bounce will continue to work hard so that Busan can become a startup hub in the future. And I ask all of you to join our efforts. Let us move into the keynote speech. And let us invite Larita Wemmel for her speech, Building Thriving Startups.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. It is an incredible honor to be with you here today, and I'm so excited to be kicking off Bounce's conference today with this very specific topic about building thriving startup ecosystems anywhere in the world. My name is Lalita Wemmel. I work for Techstars. We are one of the largest global networks for entrepreneurs in the world. And over the last 15 years, I have been building communities. In the last 10 years, I have focused that into building startup ecosystems around the world. At Techstars, I lead our community and ecosystem development teams in the engagements that we do in the programs and the actual cities that we grow it in. For the last 15 years, it has been a craft and a big learning to go through this, to understand what it takes to build ecosystems, and that has really been my startup over the last decade so. So I'm so excited to share all of that with you here today so that you can help Busan be the next great startup ecosystem. Over the course of my talk today, I'm going to be using the words startup community, entrepreneurial ecosystems, startup ecosystems. They all mean the same thing. You are all here today to build something that is focused on economic growth. That is why we invest in entrepreneurial ecosystems. And with any city, we want to create a space where citizens are able to move themselves forward, to build incredible lives that have sustainability and long-term success in what they're doing. And with all of that, economic growth is focused on improving productivity, commercializing innovation, and creating jobs for new citizens that come about, for citizens that are currently there, and new companies that are able to do that for them. And all of this comes back to entrepreneurship. Whether it's a small company that is focused on selling flowers, whether it's a big tech startup that comes about it, entrepreneurship is focused on all of it. It is not just about the Facebooks of the world, right? And every city or region that wants to attract people, businesses, startups, investors, anything of the sort, requires an innovation ecosystem, a community that people can build their roots into, that they can have support and collaboration and connectivity around, especially if you want to build an economy that is in the 21st century. No longer can you focus on things from the industrial age, where things are done a certain way, where people are told what to do. With the exposure, the internet, the connectivity we have today, there is an exponential growth of ideas. And having a space where people can find like-minded individuals to come and connect, that is what the new wave of ecosystems and innovation is about. That is why programs like Bounce or startup conferences attract such a similar group of people, people who are excited to exchange ideas with each other, people who are excited to get connected with somebody that is going to be able to help them move forward. Everybody knows who this is, yes? When we talk about startup ecosystems, everybody always thinks back to Silicon Valley. That is the benchmark of startup ecosystems. It is where so many of the great products and services that we use today are from. It's where so many of the local ideas that are built have been inspired by. And when we think about a company like Facebook or Google, regardless of where they are today, they inspire three different things in three different kinds of people, right? It's either as an investor, you wish you had invested in them. As somebody that wants to work at a startup, you wish you definitely worked at a startup like that. Or something similar, something innovative, something that grows. If you were there from the early days, the journey it would have taken you on would have been incredible. And the third is, as a founder, you wish you had the kind of community that Mark Zuckerberg had as a student in Stanford, that was able to take his idea from nothing to what it is today. The kind of community that Mark Zuckerberg had in that Silicon Valley environment took years and years to build. It did not happen overnight. The fact that he, as an entrepreneur, had the support of such an ecosystem to take that leap, to be able to be invested in, to be able to be supported through his successes and his failures, that is the true telling of a great startup ecosystem. Because being an entrepreneur is not a simple thing. To make the decision to be an entrepreneur, to take that leap, it is an incredibly difficult decision, and it is an incredibly hard journey. Ask any founder, they will tell you that. And to be able to have an ecosystem that supports that journey, that is what makes or breaks and tells an ecosystem from a good or a bad one. So whether you are an entrepreneurial farmer that wants to sell flowers at the farmer's market, whether you are a group of students that are coming together to build the next great e-commerce business, whether you are a group of investors that are coming into a new city to meet the great startups that are being built here, at the end of the day, you want great people around you to be able to support that, because that is what ecosystems and communities are about. At Techstars, when we look at startups, if there are two startups in front of us that have the exact same idea, the exact same market, whatever it is, the first three things that we evaluate any startup on is their people, their people, their people. It is the team. And that is what takes that idea forward, is who is around them that is able to bring them into that next level, whether it is their designers, their investors, their founders. Having the right team, having the right people around you is so, so important. And when you think about entrepreneurs, especially in today's day and age, entrepreneurs don't just decide on where to work on and what they do and when they decide. Where they work on is equally as important. If you build a startup in an uncollaborative, unsupportive ecosystem versus building it in a place that grows you, nurtures you, invests in you, gives you the right structures, regulation, and framework, and opportunities to level up, you will have two different levels of success. And in today's world, in such a global and connected economy, the choice for entrepreneurs on where they get to pick to build their ecosystem is bigger than ever. It's no longer just Silicon Valley that holds great potential. Anywhere from Bali to Busan, to London, to Mexico City, to Sao Paulo or Johannesburg is all equally viable as an option to build your startup, because the kinds of opportunities that are available there is different, it's new, and it is the people there that help to grow that ecosystem. It's every single one of you in this room that contributes towards your ecosystem. So I'm gonna break down my talk into three main things. We've talked a little bit about the entrepreneur, because that is who the ecosystem is for. That is who drives the ecosystem. So we're going to touch on three parts. One is we're going to talk about the community manifesto, why the community is important. The second, we're going to talk about the who drives the community, who is going to be there from start to finish. And the last thing we're going to do is talk about the how you're going to do it. As different people at different parts of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, how are you all going to play your part? So let's get started. Entrepreneurs are the agents of innovation. As small as your startup is, as techy as your startup is, as absolutely not technology focused as your startup is, as long as you are creating opportunities for economic growth in your city, you're an entrepreneur. You are enabling innovation. And great entrepreneurs create great startup companies. And at the end of the day, that is all ecosystems want to build. Great startups that are led by great entrepreneurs. Because those entrepreneurs and those companies can be built anywhere in the world, which means you have an incredible amount of opportunity to attract not just the citizens that are in your country and in your community, but incredible talent from everywhere to contribute towards your city growing. And at the end of the day, great communities understand that great founders require a great environment to succeed. So this is it in summary. If you want to take a photo, you can. It's right there. I know that's helpful. But yes, at the end of the day, it's just going back to exactly what I said. It's entrepreneurs, and it is support and inclusivity that leads to them choosing the where to grow their roots. So we know that great founders find the best communities to support their journey. And that's incredibly important to remember, because now we want to talk about how you actually build them. If we're saying that Silicon Valley can be replicated anywhere in the world, how do we do that? Is it even possible? Is there another Silicon Valley? And I would challenge you to say that yes, there are loads of Silicon Valley, but it would be a shame if we had just replicated Silicon Valley over and over again to be the exact same thing anywhere in the world, because then you would be producing the exact same thing. I think great startup communities outside of Silicon Valley have chosen the best parts of Silicon Valley and added it to what makes their ecosystems unique to change it and make it something of their own. So there's good news and bad news, right? When it comes to replicating a great startup ecosystem. The bad news is that there is no plan. There is no recipe. There is no playbook that says if you follow instructions 1 to 10, you will be able to build Silicon Valley exactly as what it is. Because it's also important to remember, Silicon Valley did not become what it is overnight. It has taken decades of work and investment and people to make it what it is today. The good news is that there is key factors that help you create a framework that allows you to take the best parts of any startup ecosystem and put them into yours to create something amazing that you can move together and you can call your own. I want to touch very briefly on this next slide because it's important, but it would take us too long to go through everything that system theories talks about. Practitioners of startup ecosystems look at startup ecosystems as complex systems. It's not as simple as building a recipe where if you do follow steps 1 to 10, you will 99% get the same result every time. It's not a complicated system like if you follow, instructions 1 to 10, with some expertise, you will get the same results 99.9% of the time. It is not chaotic, where if you follow instructions 1 to 10, you will never get the same results. It is complex, like raising a child. If you had two siblings who have the two exact same parents and were given the same environment to grow, the same opportunities to learn, they will still end up being two different people. They will never be the same, but they will likely have values that are similar, that help them thrive, that help them be a great individual. And so that is what startup ecosystems are like, where there is some frameworks you can follow to build a thriving ecosystem, but it's going to end up being different every time. But you can kind of guarantee that success rate if you stick to the right values and the right principles. So we're going to talk about the Boulder thesis a little bit. Boulder is a tiny, tiny town in Colorado, which is in the middle of the United States. Brad Feld is one of the thought leaders of startup ecosystems. He moved to Boulder, Colorado in the early 2000s and invested a great deal of time in building the innovation ecosystem there. He's also one of the co-founders of Techstars, and it has been a great pleasure to be able to work under his leadership and learn more about ecosystems through him and his evolving learnings. So the Boulder thesis talks about how you actually think about an ecosystem and who should be leading it, right? We start with entrepreneurs. And the reason entrepreneurs need to lead the making and the activities and the culture of an ecosystem is because it matters to them the most. They are who the ecosystem is for. They are who we want it to be for because they are who builds the startups. And they are the people that have the longest term commitments to it. They are not on any agenda. They are not on any financial year, cyclical goals or milestones that need to be hit. They are there for the long term because they see the bigger picture. They see what they want to get out of it. And they are able to relate to each other the best. The third thing about the Boulder thesis is that it must be inclusive of anyone who wants to participate in it. Because if you start being exclusive, you are excluding new ideas from coming in. You are stopping people from engaging and growing. And the most important part of thinking about the ecosystem is that even though it's led by the entrepreneurs, the entire entrepreneurial stack needs to engage in activities that are consistent, that are creating avenues for new entrepreneurs, for old entrepreneurs, for people that are excited about entrepreneurship to get involved, and for the people that are currently in the ecosystem to be able to play a part, to be more innovative, to be able to upgrade what they are doing with new ideas that they are learning from. And when we talk about the entrepreneurial stack, we include everybody from governments to universities to corporations to media to NGOs to schools. Everybody and anybody should feel invited and included to participate in the entrepreneurial ecosystem and should be doing their part. So now, the last thing, we've talked a little bit about the importance of the ecosystem. We've talked a little bit about how and who does it. But now let's talk about the framework. What do you actually need to build an entrepreneurial ecosystem? There are 5 ingredients that we have identified that every community should be measuring themselves through, as opposed to measuring it as a whole. You shouldn't look at another city or another country and immediately look at it on a surface level and go, oh, they're thriving and I am not. Because they could be thriving in certain things and you could be thriving in certain things. The maturity of where you are at every different factor matters a lot. And understanding where you are as an ecosystem on all these different factors allows you to identify where you should be investing more resources into. If you're already really great at one of the things, you should be ensuring that your resources go into investing into the other things so that your ecosystem grows holistically and it is not weighed down by one thing while lacking in another thing. So let's go through it. The first and most important, I'm going to say this about all 5 of them, they're all equally as important, but the first thing is talent. When you have great talent that is in your cities, you are inviting great ideas to grow. And we talk about talent not just in terms of creating diverse workplaces or ensuring that people have the opportunity to upskill or creating tax incentives for people to be able to stay here longer and creating flexible labor markets so that they're earning more. On top of all of that, which is just as important, it is also important to ensure that the people that are from this city feel the urgency and the incentive to come back, to contribute back, so that you are not having a brain drain, that your talent is coming back to help your ecosystem grow. And on top of that, creating programs like startup visas that invite new talent to come in and contribute their knowledge and their experience into your ecosystem to build new ideas. So the first thing we talk about is talent. And once you have all of this talent, the next thing you think about is density. Where do they go? Where do they exchange ideas? Where are these great minds going to talk about great ideas? One of the best things that Silicon Valley has done is that they've put so many important components of an ecosystem in one place. And it's not an easy place to get to unless you live there. People talk about, like you live in San Francisco and you go to Silicon Valley every day. It's not a 10-minute commute. It takes about an hour. So the commitment to go there is a lot. That's number one. But once you are there, they have ensured that the greatest talent, the greatest students of the world are attending university there. The greatest developers, designers, marketers, researchers, business leaders, investors are all there. They're all having coffee at the same coffee shop. If you are in line talking about an idea and somebody behind you hears that idea and knows who to connect you to, the culture of Silicon Valley is that they will help you move that idea forward. They've created that density of bringing great ideas together. And that's one part of it, right? It's density as a physical hub, density like Bounce, conferences like this, where you know it's happening every year. You know where to anchor your calendar to. People from outside of Busan know where to come and when to come in order to connect with the great startups, founders, players in the ecosystem here. But on top of physical density, you also think about digital density, the online presence, where people can get connected to, where they can find out who to get connected to. That's equally as important. Having a media that talks about entrepreneurship, that creates that excitement so that people know that it is an option for them, is also an example of density. And so having talent that knows where to gather, whether it's a physical building, a district, a town, a city, whatever it is, a website, a channel, a platform, that is how you funnel them so that they're all connecting together. You want to be able to create organic serendipity. You never know who's going to be next to you. You never know who the next person you're talking to is going to be. They could be your next founder. They could be your next investor. They could be your next great hire. And so having that opportunity to bring people together is the second ingredient that you need. And you have to measure to see whether or not your ecosystem is creating enough of this opportunity. The third thing is culture. And culture is both the easiest and the hardest ingredient to build and measure. Because it's easy to change one person, and even that it is hard. But in order to be able to see the impact of culture, it takes years. It's not something that happens overnight. But it is the most important thing in driving an ecosystem, because that is the mindset. That is how people talk to each other. That is how you turn competition into collaboration. And it is only when you are able to make that shift, where everybody in the ecosystem is working together to build each other up, do you actually create an ecosystem that is thriving. The fourth thing is capital. If you ask any founder what they are lacking of, the majority of them will always start with, oh, it's always money. It's always money. And yes, it's important to bring in money to an ecosystem because that is what helps ideas grow. It's important to create avenues and opportunities, whether it's from investors or governments or corporations or banks, that enable the fluid flow of money. But what is even more important than capital is experienced capital, and having the right people at the helm of distributing the money that is able to make that money more valuable with mentorship and coaching and knowledge, will be able to turn what is just $1 million or $10 million extension or investment worth so much more, because you will be guided in the right way to do the right things with that money, as opposed to just taking it and using it blindly. Creating policies that support investments coming in, whether that's investment matching, incentives that allow investors to build routes, or creating such great startups that investors have no other choice but to come in and feed money into the ecosystem. And that's where the last thing comes in, regulatory environment, where the government comes in. Because as much as it's important for entrepreneurs to lead entrepreneurial ecosystems, they can't do it without the enduring support of regulatory bodies, making sure that there are great policies that are stable, that are supportive, and that are productive for the people in the ecosystem. Creating startup visas is not something that can be done by entrepreneurs. Creating tax incentives for capital, that's not something that can be done by entrepreneurs. That is where the stability and the openness of governments to work agilely with entrepreneurs matters. It is about learning what has worked in different economies and making it work for you. It is about talking to the entrepreneurs, the investors, the founders, the startups, and understanding what they need more of instead of just creating policies that have worked elsewhere. So I want to wrap up with three things. One is what you can do today. The other is what we have learned today. And the last thing is the biggest action that all of you can do today. So when we talk about startup ecosystems, there are so many things that you have to do from like that big lens, whether it's through regulatory policy, through startups, through whatever else. But here are some things that when you leave your seat today at Bounce, you can start doing to play your part in building the ecosystem. Focus on connectivity. Always give first with that mindset. You should be connecting people in your network without the thought of what's in it for me, because that is how solid foundations of startup ecosystems grow. When the people around it talk to each other, when collaboration happens and competition is not a part of it. Meaningful relationships matter. Whoever you meet today, think about why you've met them, remember them, and a few weeks from now, a few months from now, you may have something you want to connect them on. So build meaningful relationships. Measure things that inform. And that is whenever you're looking at something to measure impact, you want to measure it based on what you can add on to it, what you can contribute to back, what you can look at that and then say, great, this has informed this action has informed this thing. Amplify good activities and dampen bad. That's pretty self-explanatory. And at the end of the day, you want to be excited about being part of this ecosystem because that excitement is contagious. This is a very high-level screenshot of what we've discussed today, where there is an old way of doing things that is difficult, that is not agile, that is not entrepreneur-focused, and is not very successful in the long term. The people in this room today, the entrepreneurs that you are friends with, the activists, the community leaders that you are around, they are the people that are going to drive the success of your community. It is not about a top-down approach. It is about ensuring that your network is connected and that you are organized and that you are continuously experimenting to get a great understanding of the balance that works in Busan. And so I leave you with this last thought, that you cannot control the ecosystem. It is too big for any one person to control. But you can definitely control the actions that you have in the ecosystem and who you want to be in the ecosystem. I have been in Busan for only 48 hours, and I can tell you that I already feel there is a magic to this city. It doesn't feel so overwhelming. It feels incredibly inviting. There is an incredible balance between the robustness and the busyness of a city, but the laid-back ease of being near the beach. I think the potential for Busan to come together and be something great is there. Activities like this, conferences, startup pitches, accelerators, investments, whatever it is, all the little activities you do add up. And continuing to be incredible contributors on an individual level, and then connecting your network to be the complex ecosystem, that is going to be your great next step. And I absolutely cannot wait to see where Busan is in a year, in 10 years, in 30 years. So I hope that this has been helpful. I hope that you've all learned something today, and I hope that you all leave this conference later and continue to be actionable, active contributors to your startup ecosystem. I'm more than happy to connect with anybody here if you'd like to have a larger conversation around this. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a great conference.
네, 텔크스타스 라리타 워멜님과 함께 기조
Well, thank you so much for your speech. And it is up to us what role we have to play within the community, so it's important to act out right now. So we heard about how we can create the community.
올해 바운스 2022 슬로건은 스타트업 BPM입니다. 이 BPM 하면 여러분들께서 아마 심장 박동수를 떠올릴 수도 있을 것 같은데요. 바운스의 BPM은 비즈니스, 파티 그리고 미더의 약자입니다. 그래서 우리 모두가 함께
So this is where we all come together and I believe that our passion towards a startup is also bouncing like the title of the festival.
네, 바운스 2022
So as you saw from the screen, we have various programs at Bounce. And next we'll move on to the panel discussion. And the first discussion is on the K startup. We have four people to come up to the stage. We have CEO Jeon Hwa-sung from CNT Tech and CEO Kim Min-chul, Mr. Jang Young-jun and Mr. Choi Dong-chul. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jeon Hwa-sung, CEO of CNT Tech, and I'm gonna be your chair. It is my honor to have this panel discussion together with the CEOs of major startups. We have three panelists here today. You all know them because they're famous, but I would like to ask them to introduce themselves. So can we start with Mr. Kim Min-chul, the CEO of Yanadu? Hello everyone, my name is Kim Min-chul. I'm the CEO of Yanadu. And I think many of you know the advertisement starring Jo Jung-seok. And we also have the Yapit brand as well. You don't have to stand up. So stay seated for your introduction. And can we move on to Mr. Jang Young-jun, the CEO of Reed? Hello everybody, my name is Yang Young-jun, the CEO of Reed. And we have B2C products and air meth that have good sales performance in the US, and we are AI education platform basically. And we have Mr. Choi Dong-chul, VP of Wadis, and I got the message from your boss. Well, Wadis is like a crowdfunding platform, and we have many startups and SMEs, and we help these companies to leap forward to go on to the next level. Thank you for inviting me today. We have about 30 minutes. So many people say that we're at this limitation stage for the funding. So let's talk about that. I have three common questions for all of you, and this is related to COVID-19. During the pandemic era, you had very good strategy, so you were able to grow all together. So many people say that investment has frozen. So how do you think about that? Do you feel this investment freeze? And I mean, your company is doing pretty well despite the situation. And you started the new brand called Yapit, right? So can you talk about that as well? Well, a few days ago, I had a chance to have a dinner with my initial investor, and then he said that I have a lot of free time. I think he was just joking, but this shows that there's some kind of this investment freeze. So as I look around the market, they're not really focused on growing. There are planning to review the investment for the next quarter. After Series B, many people complained that there's not enough investment. Most of the companies, if they did not pass the BEP, it's kind of really difficult to get the investment. Well, this space is very open. So I think we have to really speak up to compete with the stage next to us. So what do you think about the investment and funding these days? Last year, through Vision Fund, we were able to raise a lot of funds. So we were very lucky in terms of timing, I think. And many domestic countries and many VCs, both home and abroad, follow the big trend. For example, Vision Fund and big LPs and major players, if they slow down in terms of investment and if they stop investing at all, then that becomes the trend of the market. Well, in the past, there were a lot of very active investment. However, so many of the major investors are not investing in non-listed companies. So we are feeling that situation. And many of the startups have a difficulty in terms of financing, so they cannot really pay their employees for their retirement fund. The only Indian market is doing pretty okay in terms of investment. Well, that is the trend. However, I feel that things are not very good with the investment market these days. It's not that we don't have money at all in the market. However, the aggressiveness in terms of investment has slowed down. Well, in the past, there were just too much aggressive investment. But these days, investors are more cautious and try to invest in a more focused manner. So I think it can be an opportunity for us. Well, I think so too. And it seems like that there's a crisis in the investment market, and I think that started from the COVID-19 pandemic. After the pandemic, well, many of the countries tried to print more monies to increase the liquidity to address this issue. And now they have to increase the interest rate to reverse the trend. And I think we are entering into the normalization of asset bubble crisis. So I have a question to Mr. Choi Dong-chul, VP of Wadis, and many of the companies get funding from crowdfunding, right? Well, two of the CEOs already answered the question, so let me say something different. Well, he said the focused investment, so investors have to be convinced in order to invest. If they're convinced that certain companies can be profitable, then they will invest for sure. And paradoxically, it is true that the investment has dropped. However, these days things have, I think, got stronger. What I mean by that is that many companies think that even in this situation, they think that they have to get stronger and improve themselves. So they are implementing different activities. So their activities have doubled. Well, it is true that investment has frozen, however, but we are not discouraged by that, and we are really thinking about what we can do to raise fund for financing. So you talked about the strategy for investment, and the next question is related to the strategy. So, did you have to revise your strategy because of the situation? Well, the macroeconomics, it's not something that we can change, right? So we were thinking that we would like to, we have to consider the expendability. What I mean by that is that many of the foreign companies do crowdfunding and we thought that what we can do after crowdfunding. So we launched a store that companies can utilize, and we set up a system. So we wanted to establish a system that can come after the crowdfunding. And we were able to invest about 80 billion won from Lotte, and we tried to collaborate with different large corporations. So we tried to move away from just crowdfunding and set up a system that can help these startups and SMEs after the funding. And I think it has good impact on these startups. Thank you so much. And I have question to Reid and Yanadu. And your companies are related to EduTech, right? And this is also the non-contact based services, right? So would you like to share your experience, Mr. Jang Young-jun? Well, CEO have to think about two things: the operation and management. And my company is focused on K-12 services. And many of the companies who deal with this area, they do not get a lot of impact from the macroeconomics. So they have to focus on the maximizing profitability and management. So many of the companies are trying to maximize their profit, and they're taking various bold choices to get the confidence and win the trust of the users. So they're trying to take various activities related to that. And in the past, they talked a lot about visions. So 80% of the times they focused on talking about visions. But after the February, I think, we started talking more about the management and operation. So you talked about the improving the efficiency of management. And I also would like to ask Mr. Kim Min-chul. Well, that's not an easy job because of the investment trend and the consumers' consumption pattern has changed. So I am very cautious these days. So what I would like to say is that really, really good players will be able to survive. So I feel a little bit nervous. And for the last 2 years, I was able to relax just a little bit, but now I have to forget about that and I have to work hard.
최고의 전략이죠. 좀 더 몰입하고 더 열정적으로 하는 게 최고의 전략입니다. 지금 이제 코로나 이후, 그러니까 지금 코로나 이후라고 이야기할 수 없죠. 위드 코로나 시대라고 이야기하는 것이 정확한데, 위드 코로나 시대에 사실 비대면 경제는 더 활성화될 거라고 많은 예측을 합니다. 근데 오늘 나온 세 분
era, right? And actually, there are a lot of unexpected things coming to our environment today, right? So, start with Mr. Chang Young-jun. So, online service is going to expand with COVID-19, right? And in order to scale up this business, in order to reach into the next step, what's your plan? Well, if you look at the companies that have the keyword mobile or online service, actually their original products are the online products from the beginning. And actually, for my business, there is no big difference because we already focused on online service from the beginning. And actually, there is a huge change in the US market right now. Probably you guys know SAT and SAT. They are the test college examinations in the US. And now there is a big change in the U.S. universities. Now their policy is that they take SAT or SAT scores as optional, because in order to take SAT, you have to be in physical place, right? And actually, now there is summative test in the U.S. where instead of just one-time SAT score, this summit test see the trend of the growth of individual students' performance. So rather than gathering students in one place and take the test at once, now it's more of the seeing the trend of individuals' growth. So now universities look at the improvements of students make. So now, this is the data being collected in the US, and also this is the area that we have been researching on as well. So I think this is going to match to our tech platform. So, actually this is the area that we are focusing on more recently. So this is a bit of a strategy change in our with COVID-19 situation. Okay. So that's another flexibility of your strategy change in this era. Mm-hmm. And now, Mr. Kim Min-chul from Yanadu. Actually, your platform aims providing edutech service online, right? So is there any change with your strategy? Well, we started with our business providing English lectures, and now we are expanding our lectures to various fields. And now people go online for taking a lot of various courses and to learn things online. And I believe that, actually this was the trend that we originally focused on from our business. But, I guess that, our movement is being more speedy as we live in this with COVID era. And I see that there is a lack of motivation among students when they try to learn things online. And and actually their performance is deteriorating according to the media. So our focus is to provide quality online education service so that students can raise their improvements of their learnings. And also we have YanaFit, that's another online fitness class. And we now provide metaverse where people can join our platform and have their characters online, and they can actually show their activity results on the metaverse using their characters. So again, there is no big difference with our strategy, business strategy, but still, we provide a new platform called the Metaverse so that we provide more active online service to students. And our initial business started with online services. And actually, thanks to this era, I think we are on the right track to grow our business. Yes, YanaFit, that's another new service that you are providing. And you are providing the metaverse. Actually, that's another good use case for online service. And now, Wadis. I know Wadis is another online platform business. And is there any your long-term business in this era? Well, online service. I mean, there was online service before COVID-19, but as we go through this era, I guess it's right to say that people are accustomed to using a lot of various online services. So when we look at this market, Wadis, we try to catch more business opportunities online because there are limited opportunities for our platform to grow in offline. Because online, actually, we can go beyond regions, and we believe that we can balance information that we receive through online. So rather than offline funding, we try to balance our funding through online. So maybe if there is a big change within our strategy is that we try to provide and create more communities online and try to provide and distribute a lot of information online for our users. Thank you for explanation, and I think we can ask the next questions. So, Mr. Kim Min-chul, so you talked about several services that you provide on platform. So actually, people know a lot about YanaDo, but earlier you mentioned YanaFit. So people do not really know much about YanaFit, and actually, I recently heard this name. And could you talk about this service more in detail? Well, of course, YanaDo, English education, that's the most famous brand in our company. But for the sake of communication, we invested about tens of millions of Korean won there. And now, and we just started YanaFit because we just did this year. And starting back in 2016, that was the time where I first received investment in our platform. And actually, back then, when I was introducing our platform to our investors, I really clearly mentioned that we want to go beyond providing English education service. So actually, I'm following the roadmap because I did not want to limit my platform for English education. I wanted to provide various fields of lectures on our platform. So now, with COVID-19 situation, we provide more online services now. And actually, YaFit is this. If you just work out alone, it's good for your body, but that's it. But if you go on to this platform, YaFit, you can share your status with others on Metaverse, and also, you don't have to go outside, or you don't have to be in one place specifically. You can work out anywhere you want to and watch our platform and watch our fitness classes online and follow it together. And you can share your status with other users on this platform. So that's why we created this metaverse. And our ultimate goal is that we want to export this platform to other countries. So this is another big step ahead of us. And of course, we need to gain more investment for our export, and this is our next step. So Yanado is the big edutech service. So I guess YanaFit wants to be in the level that is equal to Yanado. And actually, there are a lot of competitors around you and try to benchmark you. Is there any advice that you want to give to other platform players? Well, actually, we have a lot of talents coming into our tech area. I mean, think about all the developers in this field. And actually, I actively recruited developers to our company. And there was one advice that I told developers. Actually, most of the tech platforms, they have a lot of passion, but at the same time, they try to focus on revenue itself, right? I mean, think about Paymin, food delivery service. Just because I forgot to deliver food one day, doesn't mean that I'm going to starve at all, right? Probably like next day I will eat something else, and then this is another platform that really induces users coming into this platform, but actually our business strategy is a bit different from such service. Actually, our platform is a bit non-greedy compared to other those greedy platforms. Actually, think about users. They say that, yeah, I want to get exercise. I want to work out, and they come to this platform. But actually, several days after, they get unmotivated, right? So actually, our platform is a bit different from other revenue-focused platforms. So what our strategy is that we motivate users. For example, when they finish one course of lecture, we give certain percentage of the costs back to users. So that's another motivation. So we motivate users to grow themselves. So our platform is very different. So you have to be unique, and that's the advice that I want to give other startup platform companies. And actually, my focus is something that other platforms can benchmark us, and then they fail as well, because it can be risky. Motivating users to learn something and grow themselves, it's going to be very difficult. But this is the advice that I really wanted to give to my competitors. Okay, really. Okay, so your platform is not really a revenue-focused platform. So yes, I think that was a good advice to your colleagues. And so now, from what is I heard about Santa TOEIC, and that one is very famous in the U.S. And I heard that you are moving that headquarters to the U.S. Is there any specific reason for it? Yes. People think that Reed is moving to the U.S. for going IPO. And that's a lot of the questions that I got from people. But that's not the ultimate goal. That's not the only goal that I have. Actually, we looked at our business. So B2B business opportunities are given a lot to the U.S. companies. For example, Navy SLAC, and also education area, and also some of these states asked us for collaboration, and even some of the states government from the U.S. Asked us about having a research collaboration. So we already had a big team in the U.S. and we considered that team as our affiliates. So we were trying to collaborate with other partners in the U.S. But when we were about to sign a deal, they looked at our headquarter address and they said that, oh, you guys, your headquarters are in Korea actually, and somehow just because we were far away from the U.S., the deal couldn't be signed. So actually, we had some of the blocks and we had some of the barriers because of this location. So that's why we want to pursue going to the US. But we are not really 100% sure that we are moving to the US. We are going to see more possibilities, and actually we are under some of the preparations, and we are in this final stage. That's only I can mention today. Okay, and among your success factors, according to the media, it seems you guys have a lot of sophistications and sophisticated marketings and branding strategy. Those were some of your success factors, and could you elaborate more about your success factors? Well, about branding, I didn't put a lot of effort or investment. I don't think so. But when we try to promote our brands, we could present IR to investors, and we could definitely reach out to the public. But of course, individual products target individuals, but when we have promotion on the company level, we look at the potential talents that we can recruit. So rather than setting a lot of plans, we really looked at AI possibilities. So we really recruited AI experts. So we didn't only look at the Korean labor market. We tried to recruit a lot of AI experts from all around the world. And also, we participated in a lot of media shows or other public events so that we can promote ourselves. So actually, rather than branding, we looked at our partners and we looked at the market itself and recruit our AI scientists and engineers so that the quality of our products, quality of our service gets better. And actually, in case of our field, the data isn't really compiled well in the market. So that was the challenge that we had. So we don't have much data regarding education. I mean, even a publisher that has the history of like 100-year business, when we try to interact with them, they do not have much data from the past. And we look at like private academy and look for some of the data, but they didn't have much. So actually, collecting data was the challenge for us. But that data is very precious to us. So we tried to recruit AI professionals, and then after collecting those data, and we tried to share some of the those data to other users for free, and that was the chance where we could really brand our company. And actually, we wrote a lot of academic papers about AI and education data, and so through those academic papers, we were able to find that there are a lot of experts and there were a lot of people who were interested in working with us and use our service and products. And then later, some of the parties asked us to build a model to gather more data. And that was the chance where we were able to increase our pie in this market. Okay, so I guess you focused on strengthening your internal organization and then look for marketing. That was the summary of your message. Okay, now then let's move on to Mr. Choi Dong-chul. So we live in this with COVID era, and the price for consumers are really high. So what do you think of the performance of your company in this era? Well, outside we grew a lot. I mean, we had like 1 million users, and after COVID-19, we have about 5 million users today, and under us, about more than 1,000 companies are introducing their products. So that's how many parties and people are experiencing Waddies right now. But when we look at the most of the products and services provided from our platform, is that actually most of them are generated and made from SMEs, startups. So there are risks, and there could be some risks of continuing these quality products and services. So actually our focus is that we shouldn't really look at the results only. We are now focusing on the risk management, because there are some of the potential risks that we may face, because most of our, product makers are SMEs. So we are trying to refine our internal policies so that we can be stable, and also we try to manage those risks on other side. So we're trying to build a very strong internal system so that we can be stable. So actually, outside it is true we grew a lot, but at the same time, we are facing some of the risks here. And I wouldn't say this is the post-COVID era. We are living with COVID right now. So I think that's another focus that we are looking at. Well, that's a good news for you, and I heard that manufacturer startups do not get much investment as they want. So I believe the manufacturer startups could be really difficult to grow. But actually there are a lot of manufacturer startups in Busan, because Busan is known for such manufacturing field. So do you have any tips or advice you can give to manufacturers in Busan? Maybe you can promote Waddies. Well, I believe this is the same case for all the startups, but this is something that I want to mention. Actually, it's really difficult to succeed in the beginning stage. You can't really have a big leap at once. And I know you have a big burden for having success. And let's think about crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is not for your big success, but it's going to be your debut stage. It's the stage where you can show yourself and promote yourself for recruiting more investment. So it's not about a success field. It's about your debut stage. And in order to succeed within this debut stage, you gotta prepare. It means that you should know how to express yourself. You should be able to explain what you're good at, what you're competitive of. You should be able to explain your product and your manufacturing style in detail. You should be persuasive. So that's something that I want to advise to manufacturing startups, because through your great presentation, you are going to be picked. So this is something that I wanted to mention. And there is another thing. So when we look at e-commerce, end users expect low price and fast delivery, right? But in case of Waddies, people can receive the product after 2 to 3 months of their delivery. And so this is a bit different. Waddies platform is a bit different from other regular e-commerce platform, but it could be beneficial for manufacturing startups, because within that 2 or 3 months, you can communicate with your investors, we can communicate with other users, and actually startup products are not really competitive compared to other named brands, right? But I believe that using this Waddies, you have specific period to represent yourself. So if you have a strong preparation by yourself, I believe that you can succeed. Okay, so that was our first session. So we have CEOs from these 3 companies today for joining this first session, and I hope that these 3 panelists gave fruitful advice to our startup people. So the time is up. So now let's wrap up this discussion. Thank you very much.
고맙습니다. 오늘
Thank you so much for joining us with the first session. And we just wrapped up the first panel discussion. Thank you so much.
네, 창의적이고 또 혁신적인 아이디어로 새로운 세상을 열어나가고 있는 이 스타트업 주역 여러분들을 모시고 첫 번째 패널 토론을 진행을 했는데요. 스타트업의 허심탄회한 이야기들을 많이 들을 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 네, 앞으로의 방향을 모색하는 데 아마 오늘 해주신 이야기들이 많은 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 네, BPM이
Well, it seems like that we are getting more excited with the panel discussion, and we'll move on to the next panel discussion. And the title of the discussion is The Unicorns of the Future. And we have invited the CEOs of unicorn startups. So let us invite CEO Shin Soo-jin, Mr. Kim Hak-soo, Mr. Park Jae-min, Mr. Kim Tae-young, and Mr. Park Sung-yong. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shin Soo-jin from Startable. And I think many of you are interested in which companies will become the unicorns in Busan and Gyeongnam Province. And I think you know each one of these companies. So can you introduce yourself, Mr. Kim Hak-soo? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kim Hak-soo from Social Bin, and we make various daily supplies. Hello, everyone. Well, my company is related to the cancer monitoring system, and we developed the system. My name is Kim Tae-young from Kick the Hurdle, and we have the MCN Media platform. We actually have various brands within our company. My name is Park Sung-yong, CEO of Eden Lux, and our company develop various medical services. Well, 4 of the CEOs run companies that are selected as unicorns of the Gyeongnam and Ulsan areas. So these days, we always ask the personality type, the MBTI personality type. So I'm curious about your type, personality type. Mine is INTP. I don't have a lot of communication with different CEOs, but my wife have the same personality type, and she also has an experience of starting a company. I was wondering if different CEOs have the similar type. Well, I guess. Oh, I guess we have INTPs. What about others? Mine is ENTP, but initially I used to be ENFP, but after I have more experience and know-hows with the operating the company, and I realized that many of the CEOs are INTJ, ENTJ. Well, Koreans really love this kind of personality trait, right? So mine is ENTJ. I used to be ENTP, but then mine changed to ENTJ, and then I never went back to my personality type. And actually, mine is also ENTJ, and it seems like many of the CEOs have the similar type. Well, I am curious about the foreign participants. Are you interested in MMBTI personality type? Well, that was a question for the ice breaking. Well, Social Bin is actually one of the most famous unicorns in the Gyeongnam area. And then previous panel discussion, we talked about the investment freeze. And how long have you been operating the company? I started my company when I was 24 years old, so it's been 10 years since I been operating the company. So you had good days and bad days. So you had the whole cycle, I think. So now it is supposed to be the bad days, right? So what do you think about that? Well, I actually totally agree with that. And when I started the company first, I was pretty lucky. I met a very great investor, and the environment was pretty good. But if you look at the world these days, things are not really good. I am working to overcome many of the issues that we have. What about you, Mr. Park Jae-min? Well, it is not easy for us. And you talked about different speakers talked about BEP, and 4 months ago, I was able to achieve the BEP, and the sales is pretty good right now. So, well, if you run a company for about 10 years, then maybe you feel like that crisis can be an opportunity because you have that experience and know-hows. Mr. Park Jae-min, I actually saw you when you were pitching for IR. That was 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? Yes, that's right. So the investors, well, there are many cases where we have to pitch in front of investors, IR pitching. So what do you think about that? Well, it's been 2.5 years since we started the company, and then next year we are trying to finance for the clinical trial that will be implemented in the US next year, but that's not easy. And Mr. Tan Han-song talked about this earlier in the previous panel discussion. We have some difficulties with investment, but we are working hard. Well, now is the right time to validate the companies, I think. And we are talking about the unicorns of the future. But if I look at the website, then you said DeltaCon. You're aiming to become a DeltaCon, right? So far, the investment has been pretty good for us. So the reason why I talk about DeltaCon is because in 2011, I met with my vice president. So Well, we dreamed of starting a company back then when I was serving for the military. And I was thinking that if we continuously work hard, then we will be able to get the results. But things are changing in terms of macroeconomics, so I think we have to prepare even better. So initial stage, you were able to get the investment, and it's important to raise the funding. So I think you have a lot of responsibilities. Do you know what day this is? So this is the Grand Prix day for the competition. So 11 startups came together for the pitching. So they're competing for the pitching. I'm not talking about myself. And Mr. Park Sung-young, would you like to share what your experience? I participated in the pitching 2020. Well, 2 years have passed so far, and back then I remember it was really, really cold. But if this is the same day, then I mean, in terms of the date, well, the weather is pretty warm. I am not a very great speaker naturally, so I have to work very hard for my speech. So I practiced a lot for my speech back then. And IR is important, but also what's important is your products and services as well. Many of the investors and there are many repeated questions from investors, and I would like to ask the same question to you. So your company provides a service for the vision correction, and it seems like the device is pretty expensive and heavy. So if you get this kind of question, how would you answer? Well, we have been working to address the price issue, but that's very difficult. Well, the device is 4 times higher than the regular glasses. But we do not have an alternative product for our product. So that is why we are able to secure the market share. So many of the medical, we have different lines for the medical devices, and many investors were concerned. But we launched our medical devices, and we are working on it. Do we have investors? It seems like many of the investors at the pitching zone, but I'm not so sure if it answered your questions. And another common questions from our investors. There are many existing players, and it seems like and there will be the follow-up players, and many of the investors ask questions about marketing. How are you doing with your marketing? It seems like you're doing pretty well in terms of marketing, especially your social networking service is pretty good. Well, there are many different methodologies. So when I started my company 10 years ago, I got all the certificates for marketing. So since I have all these experiences, I was able to accumulate know-hows. And if I identify an opportunity, I try to catch it as much as possible. And when I catch an opportunity, I just go ahead I have about 3 million followers on my social networking service, and it is showing results from the abroad. So if I have an issue, I try to fix it as fast as I can. So based on experience, I was able to accumulate a lot of know-hows. So it seems like that you have to do many different things. That's right. So we have the fit related programs. I mean, we also sell cosmetics products and etc. I think that's important that you do many different works. So I think many investors would ask you about your business model because you are focused on many different things, right? So I heard that question many times. I was selling product one day, but then I said that I'm gonna be a YouTuber. But I have this big roadmap, so I try to explain the roadmap that I have set. And if I explain, they get it. So through the conversation so far, I hope that you will be able to learn. And so I hope that you can learn a lot about the relationship between the startup CEOs and the investors. And you are working on the thyroid monitoring device and system. And I think many of the questions that are asked to you is related to the technology and certification for your technologies, right? So how would you answer that? So when we have a new type of medical device, there's some kind of a rule. So for example, if a scientist come up with a new technology or new phenomenon, then they launch it, they publish it on the new science journal, and then based on various data, they will have a pre-meeting together with the FDA and talk about the plan for the future. So when you talk about the new medical device, the reference is the most important thing. For example, one professor, like renowned professor, will conduct the clinical trials. So I try to do that. So I was able to collaborate with famous professors from abroad, and we are working on many of the research materials. And domestically speaking, the various evaluation agencies are working together with us. And for overseas expansion, we have to do much more and try to invest, try to convince the investors. So since we have a great relationship with the investors, you were able to get the great amount of investment from Kakao, right? So how did you do that? Well, let me talk about our case. So I was able to encounter a person in the official from employee from the Kakao, and then I was able to get a meeting with him, and then he decided to invest in us right after the meeting. So it was very lucky for us, and we shared our plans, and then we continuously talk to each other via mail. So the networking like this is very important, right? Yes, that's right, because you never know who you will meet in which location. So I think it's important that you talk to people. in order to increase the possibility. You said that you started the company from when you were 23 years old, right? So I also started working in this sector for about 10 years, and when I met you at that time, it seemed like that you were very young and enthusiastic entrepreneurs, but it seemed like you are much more established nowadays. I think we'll be able to get some insights from you. So I have a common question to you. How is it operating a business in Gyeongnam and Ulsan area? How is it? Is it all right? There are upsides and downsides, I think. In case of us, it was difficult for us at first is because we didn't have a lot of talents and network and infrastructure. That is the downside. It's a very clear downside, I think. But if you think this is a crisis, then there is nothing to do. But I'm pretty good at marketing, so I was able to use that skill to secure our talents. So in Seoul, there are many opportunities for talents. But here we don't have that. So we were able to attract many of the talents, and I'm a pharmacist so I have that knowledge and know-hows. So why are you trying to open an office in Seoul? Well, I already have 2 offices in Seoul. So many of the YouTubers are working in Seoul. So I have a studio in Gangnam area. And I also have another office in terms of the research. So I have 2-track approach. So you have one track in Gyeongnam area and another track in Seoul. What about you? So this region is very good in terms of manufacturing sector, and it also has the Busan port. So in terms of location, it's pretty good as well. So my research center is in different area, but the manufacturing basis can be in Gyeongnam area. In order to make our system more efficient. What about Ulsan? Well, we have the same situation. We have like the AI modeling and developers. We have to recruit them from Seoul. So we also we have the 2-track model. The upside that we had is the UNIST. There's a university called UNIST, and we have this healthcare ecosystem that's growing. So I think that is an upside for us.
대표님.
Okay. So actually, Busan and Ulsan has large corporations, and they have good connections, just like UNIST, where it connects industry and universities. So I believe that you are on the right track. I think you are following the trend, because I believe that you started very small in the past, right? You weren't like this before, right? Yes, actually, I started as the port business in the past. For example, by analyzing the satellite information, we tracked whether there's going to be delay in the transfer of ships. So, and then I got the recommendation for expanding the business just like now. So my original business was very conservative. I started I started very small, and this is how I turned around. So I guess maybe not just expanding, but I guess you pivoted your business, right? So I believe there could be, I'm very surprised to see the total business turnaround, the total business change from your ship business into this thyroid disease. Yes, actually, I started my business with 3 people, and then my investors, invited us to expand the business. They kind of, opened the door for us, and one of the investor, was already working on that, treating the thyroid disease. So that's how I started this business. Okay, now let's move on to the next panelist. Yes, I believe there are pros and cons about this. So having business in Busan, what I felt is that I guess actually employees' satisfaction level is very higher than Seoul's. That's what I learned. Because in Seoul there are a lot of retentions. Well, actually headhunters, as you work in companies, a lot of headhunters contact you in Seoul. Actually, that's another merit of living in Seoul. But the thing is, there could be some cons, because having a lot of retentions could bring some of the negative side, especially for startups. And I believe that not all the companies can't be satisfying to all the employees. And I believe that from that perspective, I believe that having Busan is okay. Okay, so you are saying that basically running a small startup in Busan is okay, right? Okay. Okay, so I believe our panelist has a lot to say regarding pivoting, because your business model in the past is a bit, could be really different from what you are using the model today, right? So how did you pivot your business? Well, I started my business when I was really young, and I started the business without knowing anything. I just started from scratch. But there is a fundamental that does not change in the business. Actually, rather than focusing on just customers only, if you believe in the quality of the products that you serve, I believe when you have that high quality of the products, you will succeed. Because within a year, I was able to have my revenue going from 100 million Korean won to 3 billion won. So actually, that was the success factor, I believe. And I also looked at the sustainability and capitals of the company. So you can't really focus on one component when you run a business. I know I still lack a lot, and in the past I was lacking in many areas. And through having my experience, I was able to recover, and I was able to learn what kind of aspects I need to focus on. Yes, I believe your journey wasn't easy at all, and all of you are going through a lot of difficult journey, I believe. Okay, so here comes the last question for the day. So, Mr. Manjung, so how did you meet your employees? How do you treat them? Well, we have an office within Unity. As our office is located within a university, when I meet graduate students, I buy them coffee, and I try to have conversation with them and ask whether they're talented, or also I look for their friends who are talented, and I try to naturally recruit them. This is how I found my employees. Okay, so I guess, this is what we learn. CEOs cannot work alone. You have to work with your employees as one team. And I know that employees would be very important for your success. And I believe that's the value of the CEO that should think. And what about you? Well, it's a special case for me. Actually, I have partner where I met in the army military service. So we have about friendship over a decade. And that friend started the R&D business way before. So that's the talent that I brought from my friend. And also another employee that I value the most is my high school friend. So that's how I grew together because I was able to fully trust my friends and my employees. So that's the value I appreciate the most, and I believe that was the success factor. And then naturally I recruited other employees via recommendations. Okay. I'm kind of careful to say this one, but I heard that in Silicon Valley, I heard the term triple F. Did you heard about it? So those who have triple F words join these startups. So participants here, do you guys know what triple F is? First F is friend, and second, family. 3, full. So these people are the ones who join the startups. So I guess, family, friend, they are connections, right? So I guess you look for someone who you can trust. And let's move on to the next panelist. Well, actually, I was lacking in technical expertise, so I contacted Busan University, and I looked for experts who have knowledge in this field. And I got some of the recommendations among best talented students, and I scouted them, and that's how I started this business. Okay, so I guess always talented people are always around you, right? So I guess we are toward the end of the discussion. Actually, this is not the question that I prepared before, but this is just a sudden question that I want to ask you. So my question is, do you want to do this job again if you were born again? Well, CEO of the startup. Well, what I have frank conversation with my colleagues is that, actually friendship is always important, right? So, and if I was to born again, I would be the assistant of the startup CEO. I want to be the assistant. That's what I want to do. Okay, so that's your real mindset after working as CEO for 10 years, right? Then what about next panelist? Well, actually, I feel the same. Being a CEO, being a co-founder of a startup, I know it's very exciting, and we have a lot of passion and confidence of being successful, but the responsibility and burden of being a CEO, it's kind of difficult. So psychologically, I tend to look for a comfort zone. So maybe in the next life, I want to live in the comfort zone. Okay, now let's move on to next panelist. Well, in case of me, just running a startup is exciting. And I know it's fun, but hard. And I actually, in this process, I gained a lot of valuable experience in my life. So if I were to born again, yes, I'm going to do this job again. Then what about the past two panelists? Oh, well, we are just looking for personal answers. So we have co-founders and founders. And now, next panelist. So manufacturers and distributions. I didn't know this was going to be that difficult. So maybe if I knew this was this much difficult, I maybe I should have chosen a different job. No, but actually, to be honest with you, if I'm going to have a next life, I'm going to do this one again. Okay, so thank you all for answering this question. Honestly, I know being a co-founder or founder and having a startup is hard, but we learned that these are very exciting. So Busan and Ulsan and Gyeongsang. So having startups in these three regions, it's really nice to have your own business in these regions. And I hope that these three cities are going to be the mega city for startups. And we wish to see a lot of startups growing in these three cities later. And I hope that these panelists will be successful of having unicorns. Thank you very much.
패널 토의에 함께 해주신
I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the panelists. And we were able to learn so much from the CEOs of startups. And I think it was very meaningful to learn about their experiences and cases. And many people say that everyone has their beginnings and they don't remember that time. And all the CEOs of the startups all had the beginning, right? So I think, I hope that all of you can overcome some of the difficulties as you start the business. And I hope that you will be able to learn from our panel discussions. And next we'll move on to talk about ecosystem. So before we get started, I have a quick announcement to make. And after this event, we will have a quick lucky draw. I believe that you put your name cards in a box when you were entering this venue. We will conduct the lucky draw based on that. And next we will move on to the global ecosystem presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
여러분 안녕하세요. Hi everyone. To see you all today. Super excited to be in Busan, and I'm going to be your host for the next 20 minutes before leaving the floor to my friends from Germany and then from Belgium. My name is Etienne. My MBTI is INFJ. Sounds like it's important here in Korea, so just sharing. And I happen to be a board member at La French Tech Seoul. I also work as a VP of Technology Solutions at a company called Jellyfish, where I lead the teams who do software engineering for everything related to data analytics. So we take data from Google, from Facebook, and we try to understand what works and what doesn't as far as marketing. I actually studied in KAIST in Daejeon about 10 years ago. And my favorite city happens to be Busan, well, as far as Korea, that is, obviously. Here is what I hope you will be learning today. First, I want to share with you the latest investment numbers from Europe and from France. I want to share with you what the French tech ecosystem is like. And I'm going to be also sharing with you what the French tech community does in Korea. Lastly, I'm going to be sharing with you guys how to join and how to benefit from our vibrant community. All right, let's get started with some numbers. I love numbers, and this is obviously the best place to start with you guys. I'm going to share numbers from both Europe, just one slide, and then a bit more from France. I think what's important here is just to get some ideas, right, some ballparks of how much of an opportunity a country like France could be for people outside of France. So first with Europe, this is a picture of the trend as far as the VC fundraising in Europe, right, with the main markets being the UK, Germany, and France. So roughly speaking, we are looking at about $100 billion that are raised every year, well, since last year, in Europe, and that's about half of the US, to give you an idea. And out of that, by the end of 2022 in France alone, we're expecting to see about 15 billion of dollars that would be raised, which is roughly a quarter of what's going to be raised in San Francisco alone, to give you an idea, which is about also twice as much as what's expected in Korea this year. Now on to France. I want to start with a few names. It's just name droppings, right? And I'm going to share with you the fact that there's about 31 unicorns in France as of last month. One of them is actually here today. They have a booth right here together with us. It's called Content Square, and they are experts in UX analytics. So do check them out. It's pretty interesting to see what they are doing. The other ones are also all super interesting and fascinating, but I'm not going to go into each and every one of them. One piece of information here which may be relevant is that there has been a few, I think it's about 8 new unicorns that got that status earlier this year in France. I think this one is also pretty interesting because it tells you a little bit about the fields where there's a lot of activity going on in France as far as fundraising. Number 1 today is fintech, right? Number 2 is enterprise software, so someone like Content Square, for instance. And third would be health, all right? So any companies that is interested in investing or being present in France will be relevant if you belong to that industry. Now that we are done with most of the numbers that I have for this presentation, we're going to go into La French Tech, right? As I'm French and as we are French, obviously we like to throw in a few French words. That's kind of how we try to fancy things up. And this is what La French Tech is. La French Tech is 2 things. It's a nickname, right? It's a nickname for everyone, every company around the world that has something to do with the French startup ecosystem. The second thing is that it's an official organization which started from a government initiative a few years back and now is made of tons of volunteers like myself, and all we care about is making sure that we connect different ecosystems such as that of France and that of Korea. If you want to learn more, you can use one of these good old QR code, scan it, and you will get to our website. What we do at La French Tech is that we empower startups, right? We empower startups. What kind of startups do we empower? Well, today we're investing a lot in the leaders or the high potentials of our world. The number 1 kind of startups are what we call the Next 40. So those would be the 40 startups that make the most revenue today. The second would be the French Tech 120. That would be the fastest growing startups that we have in our ecosystem. And number 3, and this is where it gets very exciting, is that we have about 50 communities around the world, one of which being in Korea, mostly in Seoul, under the name French Tech Seoul. These are a few logos of those Next 40/120 French tech startups as of 2022. There's a few of them that you may know of, such as Vestiaire Collective at the bottom left corner, maybe Back Market all the way up to the left, that actually launched in Korea this month. Now, let's dive into La French Tech Seoul. So La French Tech Seoul, in short, is a community, and you could be La French Tech. What I mean by that is that anyone that is interested in or active in the world of startups, in the world of tech, is welcome. You don't have to be French, you don't have to be Korean, you don't have to speak either languages. Anyone is welcome, and there's a few different ways that we keep that community very active. And this is what I'm going to share with you guys today. So our organization is made of volunteers. We're about 12 people. Some of us are VCs, some of us are corporates, some of us are coming from startups, and so on and so forth. We came about in 2016, while the French Tech as a naming and as a brand started in 2013. So 2016 for La French Tech Seoul, and we have been around now, well, for about 6 years and counting. Our mission is to empower and enable our respective ecosystems between mainly Korea and France to work together as much as can be. And this is something that resonates really well with our respective governments. There's a vision up there. We try to implement it in a practical way as much as can be. Speaking of practicalities, these are a few examples of how Korean startups can benefit from us or from going after the French market. Number one, you may have heard that France is very famous for bureaucracy, and if you want to get a visa in France, it sucks, right? Now the good news for tech entrepreneurs is that we have that thing called French Tech Visa, and we make it quite easy for entrepreneurs to get a 4-year visa as they get to France. And that's an example of practicalities that the French tech helps with. Or the stuff that may be relevant to Korea is that there's a few international VCs in Korea, such as Eurazeo, such as Corelia, which is backed by Naver. The fact that Naver also has the biggest space in the biggest accelerator in the world, named Station F in Paris. Now, here are our key activities. Number one is market access, and that's both ways for anyone interested in Korea or interested in the French market. Number two is networking, meeting people, building connections. And third would be to feed the community as much as can be. Here are a few examples of what we do. So this is our online presence, right? So in terms of followers, we are quite, how can I say, active on social networks. The main one for us being LinkedIn, with about 3,000 followers. And what's interesting about LinkedIn alone is that even though France and Korea are the main places where people follow us on LinkedIn, there's quite a few more followers that come from all around the world. And this is really what the French Tech stands for. It's a community more than it is French, really. Another example, which I really like, is the fact that we have a podcast, right? It's called Tech in Seoul, and this is super down to earth. It's awesome. I definitely recommend you to check it out. And this is a great place to find out about people who do entrepreneurship in Korea. Same thing here. You have a QR code. Feel free to scan it, and then you will get all of the details. That's Tech in Seoul. This is our flagship event that is hosted, now it's been the 3rd edition. It's hosted in Seoul. It was off of the Try Everything event in September. And this is where there were about 250 offline attendees, 2,000 online. And this is where we have people come together to discuss about disruptive technologies that are related to tech for good. Tech for good being technology for the greater good. And this is where a whole delegation of startups related to that topic came and visited the Korean ecosystem for about 5 full days. Now, this is my personal favorite. It's called French Tech Connect. It's a series of events that we organize mostly in Seoul, most of the time offline, sometimes online as well, and we cover lots of different topics. It's awesome to meet with people in a very casual manner. We usually speak English over there, and we get to have speakers who are experts in their field. For instance, last time we had someone from a company called Aquila, where they explained to us about green tech, and this is just an example of event that we're organizing. Next year, we're going to do an event related to women in tech, and I definitely recommend you to check us out. Here are now a few perks for our members, and this is where the presentation comes to an end. We have a community both on Slack, where we have about 400 members, but also on KakaoTalk, where we have about 170 members. Anyone that joins us by scanning this code gets to access this community of people, of startups, of corporates, and so on. And these are just a few logos of people that are listed in our community. And this is absolutely great. If you have any interest between France and Korea, any specific field, any specific technology, then you can go out there, you can ask questions, you can meet, you can raise your hand, and this is where some business relationships can start. Some of our partners and friends, obviously, lots of them are from government-backed organizations, similar to the ones that will be presented by my friends from Germany and from Belgium. With that, thank you so much for your attention. 감사합니다. Once again, we can stay in touch. 3 things can happen tonight. One is you can scan the QR code. Second is you can come to our booth. And third, you can come to the cocktail party and we can have a drink together. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 에티엔님.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. And if you have more questions, make sure that you visit their booth. And that was about La French Tech Seoul, and he talked about various activities that he conducts. Next, it's time to move on to Germany.
를 모시고 함께 이야기를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
First of all, thank you very much for having me. I'm very glad to be here today, and I'm especially glad that I get to talk to you about German startups, not about German football. So, what I would like to talk about tonight is a brief introduction about Germany before we delve into more details on the ecosystem. So the German economy is pretty similar to the Korean, actually. So we see a lot of similarities. We have a very strong manufacturing sector, and also the economy is quite export-oriented, so very similar to Korea, actually. Also, in terms of key industries, automotive, machinery, you know this, it's some of the key drivers of the German economy, as well, of course, chemicals, but also healthcare, pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and so forth are quite important to the German economy. Another factor that might be quite unique is that SMEs, small and medium-sized companies, and I guess to a certain extent also startups, contribute quite a lot to the German economy. We have a lot of what we call hidden champions, smaller companies, medium-sized companies that are also quite globally well established and leading in their sometimes niche or specialized fields. So when we look at the current situation of the economy, of course, COVID has also had some impact in Germany. Germany did okay, well, not so okay during COVID, but it could have been worse compared to other European countries. Of course, Korea quite fared well during COVID comparatively, and of course now we'll see how the journey will end, because we learned that not just COVID pandemics, but also geopolitical risks become an increasing, unknown in terms of your global supply chain, which is of course important if you are an export-oriented country like Germany and Korea. So let's look into the German startups and the landscape there. So one thing that I think is quite interesting is that Germany is relatively decentralized, and that is also somewhat reflected in where you find German startups. Of course, the capital, Berlin, is somewhat also the capital of startups. We have about close to 20% of all German startups based there. But then also in places like Bavaria, Munich in the south, where you have also Stuttgart close to Munich. We have quite a few strong startups there. And then in the western part, in North Rhine-Westphalia, there's also quite a few, I would say, worthwhile mentioning startups. We have a great university in the west, which is known to sort of produce the most startup entrepreneurs. And I guess overall, we have, I think, around 70,000 startups. Last year, we saw another 3,000 added to that list. And most of these startups actually come from the IT sector. So you see that, well, maybe the figures are a bit small, but about 1/3 of the startups come from the IT space. Then the others would be healthcare, but also mobility and so on. So that also, of course, reflects a bit the key industries of the German industry, where some of these startups are either created, spin-off, or active, or finding partners to contribute to that. Let me just give you a few examples of a few startups around Germany. You might have heard of N26, which is a fintech, one of our highest valued startups currently, based in Berlin, or WeFox, which is in the insurance space. So if we travel all the way to the south, to Bavaria, where Munich is, you could possibly travel there from Berlin to Munich, actually by Flix, which is a mobility service provider. Flixibus is quite known for providing you with relatively affordable transportation all across Germany, and I understand they're also globally expanding to other markets. Personio is another company that is interesting, worth mentioning, I think, because they're quite active in the HR space. And then if we travel up the way to the north, to Hamburg, we have other companies in the e-commerce space. Hamburg is a bit similar to Busan, actually. It's also a port city, so logistics obviously is an important industry there. And then we also have research consulting companies or startups there. So as I mentioned, most of the German companies or startups are in the IT field, and that also is reflected where we have a lot of unicorns, especially in fintech, mobility, and software sectors. So last year, or this year actually, we saw 39 unicorns, which is double the number, or not quite double the number, but it's much more than previous year. And also if we look at the venture capital invests. Okay, 2021 was probably still down to COVID, but this year already we saw, I think, a double of the venture capital invest from, I think, close to 13 billion euros this year alone. So we don't see an increase in deals, but increase in numbers and volume of those transactions. And if we talk about big transactions, I think it's also worth mentioning maybe Delivery Hero, which used to be a German startup, and last year they acquired Woowa Brothers here in Korea, which was a $4 billion acquisition. So quite a lot of money that kind of actually kind of distracted the Korean German FDI statistics, because as you can see, some of these startups become quite global big players nowadays. Another initiative that I would like to point out is what is the government doing actually? The German government, they have initiated what they call the Digital Hub Initiative, and that is pretty much 12 digital hubs across Germany that have different focus areas, and they basically focus on somewhat regional strength of those regions where they're based in, but essentially what they're trying to do is to connect all players that are relevant to the ecosystem, which is not just startups, of course, it's also SMEs, it's international corporates, big companies, but also quite important is R&D, it's the academic space. So as I mentioned previously, we have quite a few startups that come out of universities, and I think one of the ideas here is to connect those players into one ecosystem. And here you see a bit of a map. It's maybe a bit small, but you see these different, let's say, digital hubs, or I guess you could call them startup ecosystems. In Munich, there's a focus on mobility and insurtech. In Berlin, we have FinTech and IoT. Very close to Berlin is actually Potsdam, and there the focus is on media tech, for instance. And here I gave you a bit of a few examples. We have in Potsdam what it's called VoluCap, and that kind of focus on the media space, where we had the first volumetric studio in Europe. So I understand that studio helps you to, 3D film with different sensors that are attached then to bodies of actors and so on. So quite interesting stuff. And of course, one interesting experiment is also worthwhile mentioning, and from Munich, which is sort of the focus on mobility. There they did an experiment on having one, what we call Umparken, which is sort of an experiment of different households trying to figure out how they can share cars. As we know, German cars are popular, not just in Germany. I see a lot of them also here in Korea. But the idea there was, okay, we have congested cities. How can we make better use of our cars? Because most of the time your car is just parked out somewhere. And yeah, that was also quite interesting. So what I'm trying to say is that these different digital hubs, they also create a space where you can try and test out new things by bringing together the regulatory side, or the government side, the startups, of course, but also key technology, corporate or academic partners. Another organization I would like to mention is the German Startup Association. So that's quite a well network that sort of tries to connect not just startups, again, but also all relevant players in that space. And what they also do is that helped me quite a lot, for example, for preparing this presentation, is they publish the so-called German Startup Monitor. So every year, if you want to find out all the details on what's happening in terms of the startup space in Germany, I recommend the Startup Monitor that kind of gives you all the statistics and details that you need to know. Of course, we learned today that also events are important for the startup ecosystem. So Bounce is probably an important factor within the Korean startup ecosystem. And of course, in Germany, we have also similar events, similar initiatives. So I'll list a few of them. If you come to Germany, check them out and see which events might be relevant for your startup and your business. There are some of these corporate startup accelerators that I think are also worthwhile mentioning, because there are quite a few connections also to Korea with some of these. So BMW has, for instance, the startup Garage. Then we have from Daimler, Mercedes-Benz, the startup Autobahn, which is obviously very focused on mobility. But then also Bayersdorf, they have actually an accelerator in Seoul, where they offer space for Korean startups to have sort of an incubation space to come up with new ideas and new innovation. And then, of course, probably Bayer in the healthcare, pharmaceutical space, which is also quite active there. So let me dive in space. So the startup Autobahn is an initiative backed by Daimler and Mercedes-Benz, and I think it was last year and the year before they also came to Korea, where they had startup pitching events connecting Korean startups into their program that has different phases, and as such I think it's worth mentioning that StratVision, which is a Korean startup, participated in this program, and that turned out to be quite successful, and they ended up entering the German market by setting up their office in Munich, in Stuttgart, where they could collaborate with some of the German OEMs. Another similar example is this BMW startup Garage. So BMW is also quite active in Korea by scouting Korean startups and innovation, and as such they partnered together with Seoul Robotics, which then ended up setting up also a presence in in Germany. So there are quite a few great examples. Unfortunately, I can't really go into all the details, but maybe later tonight we can chat a bit more about these exciting initiatives. If you happen to come to Seoul, I recommend pass by the Nivea Accelerator, which is hosting a few Korean startups in the cosmetic space. Also, I think this is a very cool initiative that sort of bridges and connects German companies with Korean companies, with entrepreneurs. And as such, of course, we should also mention the German Entrepreneurship, which is also a strategic partner of us, of the Korean-German Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They have what they call the German Startup Accelerator Program that helps German startups expanding globally. And just a few weeks ago, we actually had them here in Korea, where they brought in a couple of German startups to, explore the Korean market, and we cooperated with them by helping those German startups to connect with Korean partners here locally to explore what kind of potentials there might be between those two parties. But we do it also the other way around. So we also bring Korean startups to Germany. So for example, there's the program called Startup Germany Tour, which we collaborated with KITA, the Korean International Trade Association, which then took basically Korean startups to Germany to explore how the ecosystem looks there and where there might be some opportunities. And then another initiative that I would like to briefly mention is, so I'm with the Korean-German Chamber of Commerce and Industry, so we are a network of mostly German companies here based in Korea. And we, of course, try to connect German companies, Korean companies, startups from that field. And one way we try to do that is through a program that we call Startup Meet Grownups. So we had different editions of this program with some of our corporate members, where we had then Korean startups pitching to those companies where you see those logos. And that, of course, also contributed a bit to, explore opportunities, test the waters, and see if that could lead to other things. And just last night, actually, we had our event that we call the Innovation Award. So every year, we have an award ceremony for very innovative companies. And as oftentimes startups are also driving innovation, we also have them included in this program. So last night, we had this Innovation Award where we had three German startups pitching, and one of them was then selected by the audience as sort of winning that award. And that startup, actually, it's called Synteract. They participated also in the Korean Startup Grand Challenge and also with the German Accelerator Program. So they have been quite active over the last few weeks or months here in Korea, and it seemed to have borne quite some interesting fruit. So last but not least, let me briefly talk a bit about who I am or what we actually do. The Korean-German Chamber of Commerce and Industry, as you may know, is, we are a network organization that tries to connect or bridge Germany and Korea, stakeholders from the Korean business or the German business community. And we try to do that through three pillars, basically. One is, as a member-based organization, we organize networking events. We try to facilitate knowledge between our members, partners, and stakeholders. But at the same time, we are also partly subsidized by the German government. So that means we also have sort of the mandate to voice the interests of the German companies based here in Korea. And thirdly, what we also try to do is we provide services for, let's say, for instance, German companies who are interested in entering the market here. And we're trying to achieve all these things since 1982 with a team of around 26 bilingual, trilingual colleagues. And if you happen if you want to find out more, talk to us. Here gives you a bit of an overview about my team, what I'm doing. As I mentioned, we try to help German companies expand and enter into the Korean market, and that of course involves, again, connecting entrepreneurs, connecting startups, connecting established companies with each other to see or help to facilitate business opportunities. And with that, I guess I would like to close and say, or I'd like to very much invite you to further connect, to exchange ideas. Meet me later, meet me at the networking receptions or at the event. I'm told that's probably where all the magic, all the highlights happen. So thanks again for being here, for having me. Thank you very much, and 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. Well, that was presentation by Mr. Felix Kilowski. And he also explained about various programs. And last but not least, I would like to move on to Belgium. Let me invite Mr. Lionel Orens. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. First of all, big thank you to the organizers for having me here today. Thank you very much. My name is Lionel Orens. I work for the Belgian Embassy and I represent the region of Flanders. And I'm here to talk briefly to you guys about the ecosystem in Flanders, Belgium. So I'm going to be, of course, giving you a full explanation on what the ecosystem is about, but I would like you to know that there's 3 things to remember about my presentation here today. First of all, Flanders is a B2B driven ecosystem. 70% of our startups are actually B2B. Healthcare and biotech, they comprise of the biggest share, but software as a service, artificial intelligence and Internet of Things are the key groups that we have in our ecosystem. Flanders is also located at a crossroad, a multi-cultural crossroad of Northern Europe, Southern Europe and the Anglo-Saxon world. So it's really a test bed for B2C. So if you're a company or a startup and you want to explore the market and know which kinds of products would appeal, Flanders is quite a good area to be in. And thirdly, Flanders is a well-educated society, maybe not as good as Korea, which is the #1 in the world as best educated society, but Flanders is in the 3rd place. So if you're looking for B2B test markets and access to talent, Flanders is a good place to be. Okay, I'll run over a few of the items of the ecosystem that may be of interest to you guys. First of all, central location in the heart of Europe. Everybody has heard of Brussels. Brussels is the capital of Europe, but is also the capital of Flanders in Belgium. It's a prime business location. You've got the Netherlands, you've got East UK, you've got Germany, West Germany, north of France, and about 60% of the purchasing power in Europe is located within a 500-kilometer radius. So it's a wealthy region in Europe, which is a good base for your startup. Flanders isn't the biggest region, so there's about 6 million people in Flanders, much smaller than Seoul, so it's not a big area. But it is very close to some of the super clusters, as we call them, in Europe. The biggest one in London is less than 2 hours away by train. Amsterdam has a very nice ecosystem, less than 2 hours away, and same for Paris and Berlin. So you're quite central in these, in between these ecosystems. As I said earlier, it's a crossroad market. It's multilingual and multicultural. You've got the Nordic culture, the German culture to the north and the east. You've got the Roman culture, France, Italy, Spain in the south, and you've got the Anglo-Saxon culture to the west. And of course you've got Brussels, which is a city where more than 50% of the population has not been born in the city. So it's a city of immigrants. And that's why it's also a good test location. So if you're a multinational like Coca-Cola and you want to bring out a new product, or you're a Unilever, very often they do it in Belgium, they do it in Flanders. It's a strong and fast-growing startup ecosystem. As I said, it's not the biggest system in the world. It's not the biggest system in Europe, but we're catching up. So we're trying to, because we're smaller, we can grow fast. 70% is B2B driven, as I said earlier, and it's really about technology. It's technology-driven startups. There's currently 6 unicorns in Flanders, the biggest one being Organics. It's a biotech company trying to cure cancer. They use immunotherapy, and it has a market cap of 20 billion, but of course there are many others there as well. If you're looking at Flanders, it's not like our startups are located in one place. It's a bit, as my colleague from Germany said, it's a bit spread out. This is giving you a bit of an overview. So if you're looking at Ghent, it's very biotech driven. If you look at Antwerp, it's more industrial driven. And if you look towards Leuven, it's probably a bit more technically driven, like semicon, digital technologies you will find there. What of course is the benefit of Flanders? So there are quite a few expats, Korean expats in Belgium. If you ask them what's the good thing about Belgium, they will always say quality of life. We've got a slide on that as well. But if you look at London as the main hub, ecosystem and hub, it's quite an expensive place to be. Belgium, Flanders is a lot cheaper to be. And here you see it also in the affordable cost of living. So do you want to get your startup in one of the main capitals? It's going to cost you a lot of money. Could be worthwhile exploring some other regions in Europe. Okay, third item is, if you look at Flanders and the startup ecosystems, it's really about innovation. That's quite key. I've got some statistics here that I found on the internet. If you look at the R&D that's spent, Korea is definitely a top world leader in that regards, but Flanders definitely is not far behind and is in top 2 in Europe. This is some measurements. Okay, this may be familiar to many Koreans. Flanders has these cluster systems, which you also find in this country here. So it's really a combination of the academics, the universities, working together with the government, but also working together with governments. So we call it a cluster, where they work together to basically leverage on each other. It's open to everyone. Foreign companies are obviously a part of that. There's 81 clusters in Flanders, 81. So whatever your sector is, there's going to be a cluster that will appeal to you. We've got 6 spearhead clusters. Biotech is one of the key ones, of course. If you have an interest, let us know. We'll figure out which one is the cluster you need to be at. You can connect with them and see if Flanders is an area that may be of interest to you. Again, I'm giving you here an overview of the various clusters that exist. I'm not going to go through it, but we've got somewhere in every part of the country. Okay, guys, there are 4 strategic research centers. Korean companies are already involved. If you look at IMEC, that's really about the semiconductor industry. Samsung and Hynix are involved there. Flanders Make is about automation. Again, there's Korean companies looking at that, working together to build factory automation. Talent, I think it was one of the keynote presenters at the start of these sessions that was talking about talent. That's what you need in your ecosystem. Again, there's a whole list of statistics here on the skills of the Belgian and the Flemish workforce. And this is a nice slide. It's made by Reuters, I believe. And KU Leuven, the University of Leuven in Belgium, is the most innovative university in Europe, ahead of some of the more renowned universities in the UK. Funding opportunities, you need capital. Without capital, you're not going to get far. There is an ecosystem of private equity firms. Some are stock listed, some are not. There's so yes, there's a government owned as well. So if you're smaller, you may want to start with a government owned private private capital provider. That's all available in there. One thing Belgium is known for throughout the world is its tax incentives and subsidies for R&D. So if you're developing technology, Belgium is a good place to be. I think every major pharmaceutical company in the world will have an office and an R&D center in Flanders. And that has to do with the incentives that are in place. So there's quite a lot of subsidies and tax issues that you can benefit from. I'm not going to go in detail here, but if you have a question, we can elaborate on that. Soft landing programs, it's always easier if you know somebody who can help you get started. So we as an organization, Flanders Invest and Trade, we do these soft landing programs ourselves. We organize small road shows where we take you on a trip through Flanders and connect you with the people that are of interest to you. So it's a custom tailored program. There are some other scale-up programs that we have that exist in Flanders. They're not always free. Some of them you have to pay for. This is one that's really tech-driven. So if you're looking for specific technology or people that can help you develop your technology, these guys can help. This is another one. This is Find My Co-Founder. If you want to travel to Europe and expand your business there, you may not want to do it on your own. Again, there is a program called Find My Co-Founder. They will help you find a partner to develop the European market. Of course, if you want to set up your business, you're going to need a visa, you're going to need to settle there. There are some programs there as well that we can assist you with. So I would like to thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, you can contact me or my colleagues. We're based in Seoul, there's 4 colleagues of us. The email details are there, so please do reach out. Thank you very much.
벨기에 투자무역진흥공사.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. And now we will wrap up the ecosystem. We were able to hear the presentations from France, Germany, and Belgium. And I was able to learn that we can go anywhere. Because of the COVID-19, the world's economy, global economy is changing dramatically. And against the backdrop, startups and ventures will be able to use this crisis as opportunity. I think they will be able to, the startups will be able to grow further based on this opportunity. And we were able to get a lot of insights from our experts. And we have more sessions left next. So I hope that you can learn more from this open innovation sessions. We have 2 sessions for this open innovation. And I believe that you put your name cards in the box when you were entering this venue. And after the open session, we will conduct the lucky draw. That we have actually 3 prizes, and that's really good prizes. So I will tell you what we've prepared. And for the 3rd place, we will provide Illy coffee maker, and the first prize will be the AirPod. And next we'll move on to session 1, ESG Generation, Startup and Change. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Bae Jae-han, Mr. Ham Sung-min, Mr. Hwang Sun-ho, and Mr. Hwang Jung-hwan.
환영해 주십시오.
이렇게 자리를 지켜주신
So thank you all for participating in this event. I know this event is getting longer, and I would like to thank the panelists as well. We're a bit late, but I'm sure that discussion contents are great. So I hope that we have great conversation in this session. Actually, I kind of want to have deep dive in our discussion. Probably you guys saw the title now. So today I want to talk about the ESG era. So right now, ESG is the initiative not only the corporates have to follow, but also the startups are required to follow ESG. I'm sure all of you know what ESG is via media, but just again, for all the participants today, I'd like to talk about the concept of ESG. So today, we have the patent attorney, and also he's the tech expertise. And now let's ask this question to Mr. How would you define ESG? Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Jung-hwan. So ESG, I know it's a very simple term. It stands for environment, social, and governance. So there are movements in these three fields. So now corporates need to be responsible in these three fields. And I'm sure all of the participants here know what ESG is. I'm sure they learned this concept via media. And this is not the new term that we face today. We already heard about it since the past. But you know, we live in this capital era, and we run a legal entity, and stakeholders have responsibility for these three fields. And to give proper profits and revenues to our stakeholders, businesses focus on their products and services too much. So at the end, sometimes they harm the environment, and sometimes they take away the labor so much from other low-income countries. So this three-field issues has been arising in several countries, including the U.S. So there were several cases where the U.S. actually withdrew some of the companies that did not follow these three-field regulations. And I forgot the name. That was in case of the volunteering. Startups account more than 50% of the economy in this country. So it ends up that even the startups and SMEs have to be in compliance with regulatory requirements in these three fields. And now this is another homework that all the startups in the world have to be mindful. Okay, so what we are learning is that, this is not the new concept that we are facing today for the first time. It has been here for a long time, right? So, Mr. You are the lawyer, but at the same time, you are the patent attorney. So I'm sure you are expert in this regulatory requirements in these three fields. So, do you feel that now startups are doing something different because of this ESG? Well, now we have to look at the concept, and we got to look at the market. Actually, not just the regulatory requirements, but also there is a strong movement among civilians, right? So now this concept is on the surface because of not only by the government, but also the civilian movements. So now there are requirements saying that companies, you guys not have to not just there isn't a strong pressure for contribution to the society by corporates, but actually what we see among startups is that actually startups lack governance. I mean, their operation style is very free, and and sometimes the governance is not the focus of CEOs of startups. And now the governance is the most difficult issue, I guess, among startups. So I would say rather than like social issues or the environmental damage, I think startups have to focus on governance among these three terms. Because of the weak governance, I saw some companies fell apart. And actually, some of the startup CEOs have consultation with me regarding proper governance. So I guess, actually, I found that surprisingly, a lot of CEOs do not have much knowledge in governance. But the thing is, it's not really emphasized in the market yet regarding the governance. But now, we see the importance of ESG, and now it's on surface, it's on news everywhere. So now governance is slowly being emphasized among startups. Yeah, I'm sure even audience in this room will feel this as well. Actually, when we see this term, we kind of tend to think that this term is not really applied to startups, right? Well, some of these startup CEOs will think that, I am just starting my company, and do I really have to follow ESG now? So maybe that's the question that a lot of people will have, and I was kind of surprised to see this one as well. It's not really easy to emphasize to comply with ESG regulations among startups. But, it's something that we have to learn today that, if you want to grow your company properly, you definitely need to be in compliance with the ESG requirements. So actually, citizens have higher awareness than the past regarding the concept of ESG, and also regulations in all of the countries are being modified for emphasizing ESG. And not just a startup ecosystem, but also now let's look at startup investors. I think I need to hear the comments from startup investors. So we have the underwriter, Hwang Sun-ho. He majored in international development, and also I believe you have great expertise in this field. And also, as far as I know, you were in the ESG department in Hanwha. So, would you like to talk about ESG movement in your company? So, Mr. Hwang, when you review investment possibilities, how much do you consider, and how do you consider ESG importance? Okay, hello, my name is Hwang Sun-ho from Hanwha Ventures. Yes, so we focus on ESG, and actually when we underwrite startups, when we review the possibilities of investments, actually, to be honest with you, yes, we these days focus on ESG, and especially for the past 3 years, the company has been focusing on ESG for possible investment. But still, startups have the business model that does not fully secure the revenues in the future. So we do know that following ESG is a bit difficult for startups. But I know that a lot of startups in this room are really careful with ESG compliance, and I know you guys implement proper businesses based on the regulations. But actually, to be honest with you, when we see startups, they have to focus on survival in the market. So that's the main focus. So it's kind of sad to see that ESG is put aside among startups. But does it mean that we totally ignore ESG compliance when we want to invest in startups? No, it's not. We still see the level of their compliances with ESG regulations. And when we see other foreign companies, actually startups overseas, they write about their compliance with ESG regulations in their introduction document. So I kind of noticed that more than Korean startups, other foreign startups tend to comply with the ESG regulations more at the moment. But I believe that the trend is growing in Korea though. More and more startups comply with ESG regulations now, and I believe that more companies will follow this later. And startups are going to be in better environment to perform their business in Korea as well. And thanks to that environmental improvement, I believe that they will be able to focus on ESG more than before as well. Okay, so we have a lot of startup CEOs here, and also we have investors in the room here, and it's very nice to hear the comments, perspectives from the investors. And actually, these days we see funds that require startups compliance with ESG regulations. I mean, doesn't mean that in the past there was no funds from the government requiring no obligations regarding ESG requirement, but we see more importance of those funds today. So now, can you hear some of the actual cases among investments? Yes, we did have experience of investing in companies that really focus on ESG, and sometimes there are government-backed startups, and also labor creating markets, and also in order to create more labors and in order to create more businesses in the country, actually government provides such funds, and we consider the importance of those funds when we were investing startups as well. And but as I just mentioned before, today, at the moment, here we see a lot of startup companies in the country, and they have to focus on survival before ESG at the moment. But as you mentioned, actually, I do participate in the committee for reviewing the possibility of investments in startups, and I look at the startups' social responsibility as well. And let's take an example. Recycle and upcycle, and even recruiting some of the resources. Yes, there are more and more startups that were able to succeed with such social responsibility. Also, there was a company which hired the disabled people and be successful with their business. So the disabled people were able to find labor possibility by working for those companies. So those social responsibilities can be another factor for driving these startups to be successful. And sometimes B2G is easier for startups to comply with ESG. And I believe that there could be more information and there could be more methods where startups can grow more by applying ESG. Okay, so your comment could be helpful for both the startup CEOs and also people who are going to run startups soon. So this ESG, even if we understand the term, doesn't mean that we really feel this in our business. So I believe Mr. Huang's comment was a very honest one. So now we heard from Mr. Huang's perspective, and now let's move on to large corporate executive. So this panelist is from Lotte Chemical. We have Mr. Ham Sok-min. So, Mr. Ham, I believe that ESG is being more emphasized by the government right now, and I know this really impacts large corporates, right? So, how does your big company deal with and comply with ESG regulations? So, what kind of changes does Lotte Chemical make regarding this ESG? Hello, my name is Hwang Sang-min from Lotte Chemical. Yes, when we see globally and Korea perspective, yes, ESG is being emphasized more and more. So now, actually, there are some of the complaints of large corporates regarding complying with ESG regulations in full. And through providing proper service and products, we the social responsibility of corporates in the past were to help citizens to have better life by having those products and services, right? But now the scope of social responsibility is expanding among large corporates, because I mean, let's go back to like 70s or 80s. Large corporates had a social responsibility just for economy side. If they were able to help the economy of the nation, it was good enough. But now it expanded. Now, the government and civilians require that large corporates should create a precious value in the society. And now, actually, large corporates are active more than before regarding ESG movement. And when we look at the regulations, and now there is a movement or a requirement saying that large corporates have to indicate and publicize the performance of ESG. So let me take an example of Lotte Chemicals. So I guess it was last year, back in 2021, Green Promise, that's the ESG growth plan, was announced in this company. And also, we provided a detailed strategy to be in compliance with ESG regulations. So we did announce the financial strategy. And also, we announced a non-financial strategy, meaning that we are going to reduce the emission of CO2 by this year and by this much. So we announced those strategies as well. So hydro energy and better energy and templeless recycles, those are going to be our new business strategies. And our existing strategy, existing business, that's chemicals, right? And also we are going to come up with the CS technology so that we can reduce the CO2 emissions. So we also have internal developments, R&Ds going on for developing such technologies, but also we are looking for partnerships, and also we are trying to have ESG fund where we can actually have fundraising for startups so that they can cooperate with us for developing such technologies needed for CO2 emission reduction. So any startups here in the room, if you guys are interested in this business, please let us know.
So that was an advertisement, right? Well, I don't know who the fund manager is, but it is being operated very well. So if you are really interested in ESG fund, please contact him. And Mr. Ham Son Ho. So you are dealing with the open innovation related works, right? So do you consider various ESG indexes or indicators? Well, currently, large companies are leading this ESG movement, but in the end, all the companies have to participate in this movement because that's what consumers are asking for. So in the end, startups will have to incorporate ESG. So maybe it's better for them to start early, and maybe that's going to be the shortcut for them as well. Therefore, large companies, in order for large companies to promote the ESG, they are trying to find the startups in the sector. And I think it's going to be difficult for startups to adopt ESG movement right away. But the Korean government is coming up with various indicators, so maybe it is a good idea to adopt just one or two. And let me tell you the important indicator for ESG from the perspective of environment. I think greenwashing is important. So when you're making a product, you would like to reduce the carbon emission, but some of the technologies have more carbon footprint. For example, bioplastics. Only certain cases these bioplastics are viable, and the use of recyclable mugs, and how many times do we have to use it for it to be meaningful in terms of the environment. And from the perspective of S in the ESG, so that is social, right? So from the perspective of social contribution and equality, some of the companies are suffering. So I think many of you are concerned. And then the most important thing is safety, I think. We don't have a lot of safety accidents, so many companies tend to neglect this issue, but that's not really good choice, because if you have any safety accident, then your reputation can be compromised. So try to make sure that safety comes first, and many of the startups are relatively small, so you may not know how to be transparent. But the most important thing is transparent communication. So even really smart companies have their customers and investors, right? So every time you communicate, you have to be transparent, and when you are making decisions, you have to put a lot of effort, and I guess you have to make so many decisions. But in the process, I think you have to be very transparent and clear. Well, since you are in charge of open innovation, so you talked about the aspects that startups can easily neglect. And as I said earlier, startups have to think about their survival. So it's going to be very difficult for them to consider the ESG aspects. As what our panelists said earlier, it's not that we have to adopt every aspect of ESG. It's going to be impossible for startups, I think. But ESG is a very big trend. So from the starting stage, maybe you can start to adopt some aspects of ESG and try to collaborate or cooperate with other large companies. So I think they shared really good insights and things to think about as startups. So I hope that you can use these to develop your companies. Thank you so much for listening to the discussion, and I would like to thank all the panelists for their participation. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 네, 롯데벤처스 자리로 모시겠습니다. 함께 해주셔서 고맙습니다.
Well, thank you so much for the discussion. Well, we just talked about the ESG and the trend. It is a very hot topic, and it is bringing about various changes. Well, it can be difficult for startups to adopt the ESG right away. but we were able to learn the changes that are happening in the scene. And we can think about how to position ourselves as startups. So maybe we have to go beyond our survival and then try to adopt some part of the ESG. And next, I would like to move on to the second session. Well, if you haven't put your name cards in the box for the lucky draw, make sure that you put your name cards in advance for the lucky draw. And second session is on the open innovation. And I would like to invite Mr. Lee Jong-jun, Kim Tae-hyung, Lee Jae-jin, and Kim Dae-rak, as well as the moderator, Jae Hana. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the moderator for the second session, and my name is Jae Hana. Well, in the second session, I would like to talk about the open innovation and would like to share some of the things related to the topic. We have 4 participants and panelists today. Would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself and what kind of activities do you conduct for open innovation? So can we start from you? Hello everyone, my name is Lee Jong-jun from Lotte World. Well, let me talk about the current status. So in terms of large companies, they do a lot of partnership business, and recently we implemented various projects related to NFT and blockchain. So we've been focusing on various ICT related projects related to holograms and etc. So we actually did various things, various pilot programs, and we worked together with the Kakao Underground, and then we tested the sales of some of the products. And we also worked together with the one startup. And we have a partner in Busan. We made a product together. And then there is a traditional theme park developed by Lotte, and we are working on that. And we are also working together with the Ministry of SME for a project that will be implemented next year. And we are working with startups for hologram projects. And we will continue to collaborate for future projects. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, it's very... the light is very strong here. And I'm from Lotte Supermarket. My name is Kim Tae-hyung. So I do everything related to electricity. So I first worked with POC, and it seemed like we had a lot of great performances and results. And we worked together with other companies to try to identify the demand, and we checked the CCTV to analyze the customer visits and we have many small stores, and based on the data, we get the feedback through photographs. So these are the 3 POCs that we have, and by July we finished everything. So that's why we were invited for Bounce, and I wanted to share that with all of you. Hello everyone, my name is Lee Jae-jin from SK CNC, and I'm a team manager. And SK Group has been working a lot in terms of social values, because we cannot survive alone with the economic values alone. So we wanted to incorporate the social contribution and values for the survival of the long-term survival of the company. And my background is in manufacturing, and I was thinking about how we can expand in terms of social contribution. So we wanted to create this space for the space called iFactory Hub. So we thought that by creating this kind of platform, we will be able to contribute to our society even better. And through open innovation, we are trying to identify some of the startups in the scene, and we launched some programs, and we also supported some of the businesses, and we are planning to continue to do so in the future.
Hello everyone. My name is Kim Dae-rak from Tucson and Ability.
Tucson and Ability is part of the Tucson, is actually a new name for Tucson Heavy Industries. And I work for a shared growth team. Well, this team handles our partners and tries to think about ways to grow together. Currently, I work at office of the Gyeongnam Innovation Center, and today I would like to talk about the statistics of our projects. So, Tucson has started working together with the Gyeongnam Innovation Center, and the office of the Ministry of SMEs. We actually signed an agreement together, and we conducted an open innovation project together. Well, at that time, I just heard that what's happened, and then after the MOU was signed, we have been implementing it so far. And the ICT marketplace, we renamed it to the Cooperation Star platform, and by 2021, we identified 102 needs, and we got 125 idea pitchings from startups, and we signed 13 contracts. So
2 contracts were signed every year in average. And in case of Tucson, we after the contract ends, based on the purchase agreement, we draw up a contract for shared growth. And last year we signed 2 contracts, and this year we are in the middle of the program, but we identified 14 needs, and together with the Innovation Center, we conducted 3 projects based on contracts, and now we have something called a performance result sharing contract, and I think we will sign the contract by December this year.
So distribution and logistics, so various fields. We heard the comments from various fields. Thank you very much for your message. So we've been running this program for 3 years, and when I work with my colleagues and when I work with the partners, I heard the comments saying that actually when large corporates meet startups, I heard that there are a lot of stakeholder-related issues occur, and I'm sure there are a lot of difficulties when you meet startups. So actually, when you meet them, when you review their business plans, and when you try to conduct the POC, were there any challenges from your side? And if there were, what kind of challenges did you see? And how did you solve those issues? So let's start with I think I have 2 kinds of issues that I faced. So first one is the general one. So this is the open innovation, right? So the connection with the startups and our working level groups within our internal company is very important, right? But the thing is, actually, our internal departments really focus on the results of the business partnership. So that was the difficulty that I had to manage and intervene within this process. And another thing, another issue is that actually startups, when they bring this scope of business and when they when they show us the plan for their business performance. And we, from our side, we have to evaluate each milestones. And we learned that in the middle, throughout the process of our partnership, actually startups had to make a lot of changes, and they felt burdensome of going through the evaluations for each milestone. I understand they have the resource issues, and I'm sure they couldn't really afford their cost and efforts within the given period, right? So meeting the timeline was a burden for them as well. So what I tried to manage is that actually it was very simple. I just had to have very good communication with our startups and internal departments. And actually, when I see the results of the POCs for now, actually most of the POCs were great. We had great results, and I tried to encourage our partners. I tried to encourage our startup partners. And when I try to check the milestones of our partnership process, actually it's not about the money issue. Actually we try to show the potentials. We show the future collaboration opportunities that I can bring with our I can have with my partners, and our startups were very motivated for the future partnership. So I think that communication was the solution. Well, in case of me, this one, I think you have to ask CEOs of startups because I would say, my answer is it's going great all the time, but there's just one issue. The reason why I have such issues is that all the business performance by startups, actually, they look for short-term results, right? Because we have a specific period of POC. But the thing is, in our perspective, we don't look for short-term partnership. We look for long-term partnership, and we look at the potential of this partnership can bring. So that's the perspective difference between startups and us. And as I mentioned before, in case of the Lotte Super, we are responsible for a full DT. So when the key person does not only make a suggestion during this process, and sometimes when we have the halt in the communication or halt of the connection between our partners, then POC just stops, right, without any fruit. So actually, there was a case where the partnership broke in the middle of the POC. So we could have no fruit at the end. So what I did was that I tried to intervene, and I asked for reasons, and I tried to motivate them. I tried to have better communication. So what I want to give the message to startup CEOs is that actually a proper communication method is very necessary, because at the end, it's all about creating revenues between both parties, right? So if you need to communicate it fast, then use any method, email or text message or phone calls they are all possible with us. So, and if you have any problems, startups, you need to communicate. You need to tell what's going on to your partner, meaning us. You need to tell us what's going on if you have any problem in the middle of the process. So what I'm asking, actually my point is having transparent communication in the POC period. For me, starting the end of last year, I mentioned that I'm going through the process. So in the manufacturing area, we are dealing with IT side, and we are looking for IT partners. And this is the service that we provide to users, customers via IT service. So that's why we need to have very important IT partner, because right now, our company is big, and we need to find a partnering company which is expert in IT. So we targeted SMEs, expert in IT. So in these small manufacturing companies had discussion with us. And by having conversation with them, I faced two challenges. If we can build a coexistence plan, I think it's going to be better for startups. But it was really difficult to persuade those startup CEOs. Coexistence strategy was not persuasive to those startup CEOs. So it was very difficult to have big, deep discussion with them. And actually meeting them itself was difficult. But then, even if we meet those CEOs, they were not really into that discussion. Actually, they did not bring the long-term partnership plan to us, because when we had a conversation, we need to have deep dive. But they just said they just presented what they are doing at the moment, and they did not really show us the plan. And it seemed, then from our perspective, we consider that they are not really interested in us. So what I want to tell our startup CEOs is that, coexistence, creating synergy together, that's going to be a very important factor within this partnership progress. And right now, we have a lot of partnership going on. And when we look back those existing partnership, we had a very clear consensus among our partners. We look for what we can do on our side, and also our partners work very clear with what they can do. So by having such a coexistence partnership, I think quality of the discussion can go forward. And actually, sadly, when we met, startup CEOs, I'm sure they have a lot of experience, but they most of the times they were very busy talking about their business success and their journey so far. I appreciate that, but I wish. We do not really talk about the performance results yet, but a small success is good enough. I wish we could go step by step when we try to deal a partnership. So, Open Innovation was held 3 times for our company this year, and thanks to that opportunity, we were able to have a lot of startup CEOs. And actually, after having 2 conversations, it was really meaningful to find who are going to be the best partner for us. So I wish we can utilize such event very well. Well, in case of me, from the working level staff perspective, there was a challenge that I faced, and I'm in the process of solving that issue actually. So that's the story I can tell. So this is my perspective. So last year, one of our tasks was Doosan is doing the wind energy business, right? So probably you guys know this one well. So we have this brain within our equipment, and for this brain, we have to have a lot of bolts, and bolts works are required. And measuring the exact size of the bolts, that one is very crucial in this wind energy business. And in the past, bolting work was done manually, but now we're trying to automate this process. So we are trying to we are trying to develop a equipment where we can bring the bolts into the steam. And so we found a startup who said that who can do it. So startups brought this equipment, and what Doosan required from the beginning is that we wanted to have a portable size equipment. That's what we wanted. But at the end, this startup brings a very heavy equipment, right? So we and this startup had some arguments. So, as I said earlier, in case of Doosan, after business, we have another purchase contract going on. But so this startup, this partner, said that we created an equipment that you required, so give us the money. But in case of us, we said, no, this is not the equipment that we wanted. We wanted a portable one, so thus we cannot give you the full money. So that was the argument that we made. So. Actually, we are still in the process. We are in the middle of the process, making some consensus here. So, but still, this startup made the equipment, so we give the payment, and the startup CEO will make the equipment again. So that's the proposal that we are making right now. So when we look at this case, when we start a new business, it is crucial for both parties to understand what each party requires. So I guess the requirement communication was not clear. So that's how the business is not in the clear process right now. So when there is a partnership to be signed, there should be a clear requirements to be communicated, and clear target needs to be set. And also the scope of the work needs to be set. So this is the experience that we had this year. And we are having 3 partners, and I believe so far we don't have a significant issue yet. Okay, thank you for telling us the actual case in your business, and it's kind of understandable to see why you have such conflicts and difficulties. So I hope that startups can refer to these cases And these panelists told me that they were very nervous before coming to stage, but I guess you guys are not nervous at all. Actually, we are even past the time. So I wish we can go quicker, and I wish the answers could be a bit simpler. That'd be great. So now, here's the individual questions to our panelists. So from Lotte World, Lee Jung partner. So Lotte World and startups. So the partnership between the two could be really strange. It sounds strange. I mean, what kind of partnership can Lotte World have with the startups? So I wonder what kind of partnership your company is looking for among startups. And I believe that you guys are really, you guys are having partnerships already. And what kind of involvements you are in such partnership? That's my question to you. That was a long question. I'm sorry. Well, let me try to put it simple. I'll try to summarize it in my head. So Lotte World is interested in, well, you know, Lotte World Aquarium is going to be established in Vietnam next year. So we are trying to find a related technology firms within our within the country. So if we find a technical company, that would be great. And the second thing is in Busan, Lotte World Adventure is open, right, this year. So until the yeah, I'll try to speak faster. So we've been really busy with such opening in Busan, but next year we are going to open water parks in Kimhae and other regions as well. So I wish we can have more coexistent partnerships with startups. And the so topics is going to be. So Lotte World not only has such world, but also we are having such equipment-related business. So I wish we can have our partners who can optimize and analyze those machineries as well. And I wish we can look for a potential partnership together. And we are also open to having new businesses. So we are always open to our startups. Okay, so. Open to new business with the new startups. So it's nice to see that such large corporates are interested in having partnerships with our new startups. I wish there could be more opportunities for such partnership, and I wish we could see more startups service thanks to Lotte World partnership. And now here's the question to Department Head of Lotte Super, Mr. Kim Tae-young. So I felt that you have a great partnership experience with startups, and did you find something different, or did you find improvements your company made after having partnership with the startups? Well, the pros and cons of partnership between Lotte Super and startups, and can I speak it in simple sentences? I wonder, I don't think I can, but I'll try my best. Okay, so we are really into logistics, right? So management and selling the stacks and keeping the stacks is very important for us. So far we focused on management of these stacks. And also, we try to depend on large solutions like SAP. But after conducting POC, we learned that there are new technologies existing in the world, and thanks to this innovation, open innovation, our thoughts, our bias changed a bit. And we learned that having access to such new technologies, solution technologies, were easier. And I guess, like me and other executives of my company, they tend to be really conservative, and we were very surprised to see such new technologies after conducting POC. And there were a lot of things to learn from startups. They were very active, they were persistent, I wish, I found that our internal employees were very surprised to see startup CEOs were very supportive. But the thing is, POC term was very short, so startup CEOs had a very difficulty in making progress. And I believe that this is something that we need to improve. And here's another comment that I want to make. So within this center, I hope that there could be more active support from now on. But I know there is a problem with the fund shortage, so I think that's why POC was short.
So it was interesting to hear that you were able to see some good performances. And next, I would like to ask Mr. Lee Jae-jin. And you talked about iFact Hub before. And maybe some of the audiences don't know about this platform. Would you like to explain about this platform for our audience? Well, iFact Hub is a platform that you can check out on our website. So basically, it is like a marketplace, the high quality marketplace, and many of the SMEs are gathered here, and then they upload their services in this marketplace, and then the consumers can use, consumers can be the companies, and companies can use these services, select and use the services, and we will continue to upload some of the good cases, best practices, and some companies, if they think these practices can be useful for them, they can contact the companies. And this is like a window where companies can get match. So it can be opportunities for both the supply and demand side. And next, I would like to ask question to Mr. Kim Dera from Busan Inability. And compared to last year, I heard that you had different approach. And I was wondering about what kind of process you took this year. So Tucson Inability's old name is Tucson Heavy Industries. And March this year, we changed the name and our atmosphere changed. And last year and the year before this year, things were not very good for our company. So our growth rate was not very good. What we wanted to do is change this momentum and try to improve and bring changes to our existing business. So we looked at the existing process and tried to figure out what we can change. So previously, we focused on tasks for manufacturing sector. However, including the existing projects such as nuclear projects and gas turbine projects, we try to expand our business scope. And we identified one task for nuclear business and two tasks for gas turbine. And we used to invite judges. But this year, we invited experts from Busan, and we designed the program so that these regional experts can serve as mentors. And when we were selecting the companies, we gathered them in one place and made decisions based on that gathering, but we changed the process. And after selecting companies, we hold different events. So first, we held an event at the site, and then for the second event, we visited startups. So first event, they came to us, and second event, we went to their companies. So the understanding of each other was dramatically increased, I think. And in the middle of the process, well, because we had to evaluate the progress, so we had this evaluation session. And in October, we are in the middle of implementing 3 projects, and together with the companies selected and mentors, the center head and related officials, we are planning to have a speech contest, and then we will also have a chance to get the feedback. So this is the process change that we had, and we are planning to do so in the future. And based on this changed process, we would like to show startups how much we are working and our hard work to them. If the startups in the Busan see what we are doing, they will be able to understand our company better. Well, thank you very much. So it seemed like you changed your process just a little bit for the open innovation, and it seems like that you're very well committed. Thank you very much. And next we have a video of questions from startups. Let's watch the video and please answer them. Please watch the video.
안녕하세요. 하이엑스 대표 문재입니다. 오프라인 매장물을 체크리스트 기반.
Hello, my name is Kwon Min-jae, and my company has a platform called Walkie Talkie and also a brownie service. So it is very difficult to find the point that I want from the internet. So is there a best way to get the information? And my name is Lee Jong-hyuk from SAR, and my business sector is really big, but we have to depend on the government subsidy because it is not really profitable. And we adopted the AI in order to improve the profitability, and we prepared for 3 years, and then we are planning to launch our system. And I would like to work together with large company. And what is the important factor for you for future potential collaboration? My name is Kim Tae-woon, and we have this anonymity technology. And based on this technology, we developed an AI system. And as I was proceeding with the Open Innovation Program, I have a lot of questions. And startups want to have a long-term relationship with large companies. And however, just ideas and concepts are not enough. So I was wondering what large companies think is the most important thing for the relationship. I had questions from startups. The first question was from the HireX. I was going to ask all of you for each of the questions. However, because of time limitation, I would like to ask Mr. Kim Tae-hyung. Well, the question is too difficult.
어떻게 하면 대기업의 니즈를 알 수 있을 것인가? 아까 전에 얘기
Well, I think it is the best to participate in the open innovation. Well, if large companies can give you information in detail, that would be the best. However, for open innovation, many people do not understand their own needs. But there are ways to find the needs. So check out the articles and their websites. And the reason why they upload the needs online is because they are interested in the business and strategy. Well, for example, the manufacturing sector and retail sector, well, each of the sectors have different interests, and they are focused on different things. For example, risk management. So you will have to check out each of the sectors and each of the companies and try to figure out the strategic direction for them. However, it can be very ambiguous. So please check out the PR materials, the articles for the last 3 months. The reason why it is a good idea to check out the articles is because what they want to convey through these articles is we are doing very well in this area. So should we wait for the open innovation? So, for example, certain companies is in charge with the finance of the company, and then maybe you can talk to this kind of department for open innovation. Thank you so much for your answer. And next, the questions from Dipping Sauce and the next question were similar, so I would like to combine these two questions into one question. So from the perspective of large company, what is the most important thing when you're considering to work together with the startups? Well, personally speaking,
So accelerators and also key person as a key person from a company that conducted a POC. Actually, to be honest with you, POC is not an easy journey, and this is the message to startups. I wish we can bear this together throughout the journey. We have to be together, and that energy is very important. And as I mentioned before, I know the external environment is very difficult for our startups to succeed. But in order to reach the goal in a very short period of time, we need to work together. And I know there are going to be a lot of obstacles that we need to bear. But the thing is, the key is the commitment. Your willingness is very important. So I hope you keep that energy. Okay, so thank you very much. So I know there is a pressure of time given to all of the panelists here, but you guys answered in detail every question, including the question from video. So here's the very last question of the day. Is there any tip that you guys can give to startups? Maybe the thing that they should be aware of before creating a partnership with the large corporate. So maybe this is going to be the last question to, what about What about the question to Tusan? So before running a business, can you give one sentence tip to our future startup CEOs before they start the business? Well, actually, in open innovation, our POC is very short. So I know people who prepare this, it's going to be really, it's going to be a pressure for all of you. So what I can give to you is that you need to be prepared before the innovation starts, before the task is given. And the next sentence would be, I know startups have to be mindful about thinking where they want to be in the future. So I hope that you put consistent effort, endless effort of your business plan. Okay, now question to SK Sensei. I think I mentioned it before. So there was a session that talked about ESG before, right? So actually, ESG agenda, we are not free from ESG. All of us are not free from that topic. But what I want to mention is that, actually, it's not the thing that you have to comply with because of someone else pushes you, but I believe that ESG is an opportunity that you can propose to large corporates when you try to conduct POC together with large corporates. So maybe ESG could be an opportunity for you to propose some kind of technology. And another tip that I can give is that I wish startup CEOs please think about creating a long-term partnership and going step by step. If you want to create a big thing in a small, in a short period of time, it's not going to be successful. Okay, now Lotte Super. I think Mr. Team Lead Lee just mentioned a very good comment, and actually, there is one thing that I want to mention as well. My tip is that look at the result. So what I mean is that the solution, the POC solution that you are looking for is going to be the fruit. So you gotta look at the result of your POC. But not just that, but actually let's take an example of logistics and distribution, which is in my field. Let's look at the crux of the business here. Maybe you need to look at what customers want or the thing that you can persuade the customers. Maybe, for example, you gotta come into the market and think about the products on the shelves from the customer's perspective. If you look at that perspective, I'm sure you are going to be successful. All of our panelists gave very good comments, and so I don't really have anything to add here. So when startups have partnerships with large corporates, in order to optimize your solution, for example, rather than just creating a POC for the sake of performing the solution, I hope that you can think about how to optimize the current solution as well. Maybe that's going to be another key factor that you can create better partnership with the large corporates. Thank you. So thank you all for answering kindly and very in detail. So now it's my turn. So from our Busan Creative Center, actually this is the story. This is the message from the center. With the name of Open Innovations Challenge, we are having such event this year, and also we are going to have such Open Innovation event next year as well. And actually, we have a counter. This is going to be the contact point for open innovation. So we are creating this counter for connecting, for bridging startups and large corporates. Actually, we have booth outside the room. So startups and other CEOs, if you did not register to our center yet, please go ahead and register it. So thank you for participating in this meeting, and this is the end of our panel discussion.
Well, thank you. This concludes everything for the second panel discussion. And now is the time for lucky draw. I have a box of your name cards. So let me draw the lucky one for the third prize. When I call your name, please come up to the stage. Kim Yoonji from Busan Economy Press newspaper. So the prize is Illy Coffee Maker. Please come up to the stage. So please come up to the stage for the prize. And second prize is the Busan Hyatt afternoon tea gift card. Kim Minju, Manager Kim Minju. Do we have Manager Kim Minju? If not, I will call out another name for the lucky draw. The winner is Manager Lee Soo-hyun from Yellowknife. Manager Lee Soo-hyun. Okay, the manager is not here. Team manager Kim Jung-min from Cyber One. Do we have Mr. Kim Jung-min? I'll move on to the next one if you're not here. The prize for the second place is the afternoon tea set. Mr. Kim Jong-un, please come up to the stage. Last one, the last prize is AirPod, third generation. Choi Hee-kyung, CEO Choi Hee-kyung from Local Cooking Studio. Choi Hee-kyung, are you here? Okay, no, I will call out another name. Manager Kim Jun-han from IBK. IBK Storage. Mr. Kim Jun-han, do we have you here? No. And I will call out another name. CEO Hwang Jin-kyung from Penders. Congratulations. Please come up to the stage.
네, 이렇게 해서 경품 추첨은
Well, this concludes everything for the lucky draw. And next we will have networking party. So we will have to set up the stage for that. So can you move towards the back of the room so that we can set up the room for the networking party? And this is going to be a standing party. So we will try to set the room for the networking party. And we don't have the prize here with us today, so for the lucky draw winners, we will contact you. Well, thank you. This concludes everything for the Bounce conference event. So we will wrap up now.
Participants' dream and challenge. Well, the start of the BPM, we will end the Bounce conference here. Thank you very much for joining us today, and until next time, goodbye.